Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville and welcome back to Flat Thursdays. Now these are the first ones that I made, and again I was using this free program. I don't remember what the heck it's called, but later on we'll try to get some of the links in the chat. But that's how I was able to actually make these, as opposed to using GPT to make the STLs, because that is just proven to be unreal. It does weird errors. I mean, it looks fantastic, then you go to do things with them and all kinds of shuts down. Now, even this program is not exactly, shall we say, foolproof, because you end up with really tiny little ones that you have to enlarge. They seem to be okay once they're enlarged, but it also does some weird things, right? Landras, where's that? Yeah, see, that's the weird thing that it does, and I have not been able to get it to not do that. Even, I think even GPT has been kind of doing this, like the darker stuff is super recessed. So it's not quite how these are supposed to work out. It's just kind of how they are. Well, interest. Hope you have some fun there. Great to see you. I mean, I know that the movie thing is kind of, it's a really great deal and all that kind of stuff, but, you know, sometimes just gotta hang out with the dudes and play some games. Where's our one from last? Ah, here you go. This is our one from last week right here. Again, we used our metallics on that. That was super fun. We'll try to get more Trench Crusade stuff going as well. I got tons of pictures that I can use, that's for sure. Now we'll just do some super simple pre-glaze. We'll maybe try and get some greens going here. You can see the reference down in the lower left-hand corner. Speaking of references, I'm going to get that up for me here. So it's give me a second to, there we go. Alright, now I can see what it is that I am working on. How's it we'll get that on the other screen and not covering this up. Alright, let me just reduce the set. There we go. Now we got something going here. Now I can see what's going on. Hey there, Camden. Nice to see you. Thanks, Armored Wolf. I guess now with the dirty down sprays there, Armored Wolf, does it have it then, does it spray, relatively clean, or does it spatter at all? As that is the one thing about those acrylic sprays that I use, is they do tend to spatter much more, I would think, than like your standard aerosol can. That's why I think they're foam safe and everything, is because they don't. I think there's they're not quite as whatever. But yeah, they definitely they have a tendency to spatter a little bit. Okay. Well, sorry about that. I mean, it's still. I kept thinking, you spray it on the thing, right, and then you take some brushes and you hit it. I think you were talking about that, right? Initially, like months ago. So great to see you there, Camda. Now, yeah, we're gonna mix up a little special pre-glaze color right here. One second, let me change this around a bit here. All right. Hey, Pura Vida, how you doing? Thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. That is super helpful. That's 28 months worth. Now, I see that I only have this many sponges here. Whoops, we changed our. So this is all the sponges I got to work with. Digging out more, it would be a challenge. Let's put it that way. So great to see you there, Pura Vida. Appreciate everything. Move you guys out of the way. So how's about a little bit of this here, Phthalo green, a little bit of this here, Van Dyke brown. Hey JD, how you doing? Sorry it's so late there, JD, because Hetzer's got a het sometime. Thanks, JD. Appreciate that. I am fairly certain we got a hypno train. Oh no. Oh yeah, we're a level. Yeah. We got ourselves a hypno train. Here it is. Wait a minute, is it moving? Or is it just trying to hypnotize you? Yes, you want to use the oil paints. Also, you want to use them on these flats, because these are pretty cool. And then it continues on its journey. There it is, but that ain't all. Thanks, Pura Vida. Since we got the level 2. Uh-oh, look at that. It's a hype train. Yep, hype train, there it is. Hype train. Thanks, Pura Vida, appreciate that. There's that hype train coming right at you. Look out. There it goes. There goes that hype train. So yeah, these are the, again, this was hard to believe this is only a week ago, right? Right, Landrest? I mean, gee whiz. That was just a week. It seems like we've been doing this for months. We have not been doing this for months. We've been doing this for what, 2 weeks maybe? 15 days. So here's again, these are some of the other ones that we were able to create. This is our little tarot deck right here. And again, this is the one that we did as a tutorial vid right here. We still got one more. Actually, where the heck is that? We still got one more of the, that's around somewhere. Yeah, we still got one more of the other one. That's right. I got to find out where that thing went. Was it summer? Yeah, I don't think we ever did summer. So, yep, Pura Vida, these are, you can see they got a little bit of texture to, oh, that's what we were doing. We were mixing up a bit, a pre-glazer. Again, nothing super snazzy. I have our oxide green out here, Camda. Yes, oxide green is out here. And again, we're just going to do this, it's not going to be a super staining color for sure. And then we'll kind of start coming back with some lighter stuff, possibly a lot of pastel-y type colors here. So great to see you there, Pura Vida. And thank you so much, JD. I hope that you're doing well there, JD. Yeah, these are the flats. I don't know if you saw that Trench Crusade one or not. Also, too, on the regular YouTube channel is that music video. So I don't know if you saw that, Pura Vida. That's the first of the Army Showcase videos. Now, that is super primitive because I was just literally just on the fly doing that. And originally I thought it was going to be on Instagram, so I was filming it in vertical format, only to find out it's like, nope, that's too long for Instagram. Won't let you put it on there. So all the future ones, now I learned, we're just going to do them all in the horizontal format. It's just so much easier that way. Anyways. Hey there, Sector X, how you doing? Oh, thanks, Sector X. You just reminded me. I got to make sure I take pictures. I got the camera sitting here somewhere. All right, so yeah. We'll have to take a picture of this after we wipe that away. Now, where was... Now, this one... Oh, did we just use... Oh, there's we're at 52% of a level 3, by the way. I think there's like a minute left. We used, I think, maybe the Mars Black Van Dyke Brown on this one. On this one, it was indigo and Prussian blue on this one here for the pre-glaze. Nice to see you there, Sector X. So yeah, Sector, I still, okay, yeah, see, we're kind of wiping away a wee bit of that pre-glaze right there. Part of it is that phthalo green is an alkyd, right, and we lose a little bit of the staining property with the alkyd there. So it's just, that is one of the things, well, we've learned that the hard way. So we're going to take away a little bit more. Now, there is a little, here we are, here's our other one that is, right, so you can see there is a bit of a difference. It's not so much a visual thing, it's more like everything we put on here is going to mix with that greenish brown. So here's another one that we made right here. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do believe that gets us to a level 3. If that gets us to a level 3, well, we're going to not only have ourselves a hype train here. You're going to get to hear that, but we're going to... It's been a while since we've had one of these. 1 second here. There we go. We have not had a wheel of hype trains in a while, and I think maybe we should have one of those. It's just I got to go over to a whole nother part here to grab this. And there it is. Whoops, yeah, this is the right way. The wheel of hype trains. Where does it stop? Does it stop on a hype train? Does it stop on a Giro? Does it stop on yellow train, red train, or blue train? Or Giro there. Oh, by the way, let me see, where can we put you? So you don't get destroyed. You're going to get put over there. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. One more Oh, roll that hype train coming right at you. Woo, get aboard that hype train. Get on that hype train. Let me take a quick picture here before I forget, because they've had a lot of activity here. Appreciate all of those subs and the bitses there, of course. Super helpful. There. Okay. There. Let me leave you right there. So let that have a chance to set for just a second. Get some of that stuff out of the way. And then here's some of the other ones that we did. So I still got to do the summer one. I just realized I got to find out where the heck that one is. So yeah, we got to finish summer wherever that one is hiding. I'm not sure where that is right now. It's around somewheres. Not like I took it anywhere. These again are smaller right here because we're still trying to figure out how to make the STL files, because again GPT made the first ones fantastic. It even made this one really well. This one turned out absolutely perfect, and then I said, okay, use this parameter on everything, and ever since I haven't been able to get a single usable file out of it. Well, there actually was one. I forget which one it was, but there was one usable file. Go figure, right? Pura Vida. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing well. Hopefully you've had a chance to paint some stuff there, Pura Vida. Now, maybe wait a little bit, Camda, before posting any links. To maybe more folks show up or something like that for you. Yeah, wait till there's a few more folks in the chat. Yeah, Sectorix, I think the last several days I've been going to sleep after 10 o'clock in the morning. Now here, this is, here you go. Here you go, Canva. It's a combo of the Naples yellow and our oxide green. So a combo platter of that. And we're just going to try to do a little bit of light, dry brushy stuff. You're just trying to catch some of the textures. Look at this Armored Wolf. It's almost like that, what was that green Armored Wolf? That super permanent green that they started using, especially in kind of your Middle Ages there, and it was so potent that it lasted forever, and everything else kind of just like decayed around it. Nice to see you there, Valfera. It is well, didn't your Fridays are flat, right, Valfera? Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Nice to see you. So yeah, Velfira, I was just about to start streaming, and there was about 800 messages that came in. Well, not just about. I've been trying to get ready for the last hour and a half. Camda, it's Verdigris Galadriel. It's like a Swedish Galadriel. It's Verdigris Galadriel. So it kind of changes with every single one. So the latest thing is going to this. There's some kind of free website that will convert images to STLs. I forget what it's called. So Surface Tension found it. Now again, the file itself is about that size. I had to blow it up 1,010% to get it to fit on there, or to get it to be this size. The other thing it doesn't quite understand is that, you don't just have all flat surfaces be this giant, or all dark surfaces be a giant chasm in the image. So thanks everybody. Appreciate all the bitses and the subs and everything. So you can see it's got a nice, it has a nice texture. It did a nice job of this. And then of course there is the whole, okay, I'm still not convinced that doing the height map first is the way to go. I'm not even sure if making the polished bronze image in GPT is the way to go first, because the results are mixed on everything. There is nothing that's like, okay, I have a feeling it's going to be like anything else. There will not be one size fits all solutions. Yeah, Velfair, hopefully there is no gravity attacks lately. Yeah, hopefully no gravity attacks going on lately. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Oh, thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. I know it's super late for you there, Valfira, so thanks for doing that. Not so much with the green out there. The more green back here. Now again, if you check out the regular, this is the main YouTube channel, not the Linseed Fellowship, but I've pretty much determined that the Army Showcase videos, those are going to go on the main channel as opposed to the Linseed Fellowship, because I really just want the Linseed Fellowship to only be a repository of the of our sessions here. So Valfira, it was necessary. Well, actually, Valfira, even this is larger than the average flat. The average flat is more like that size. Now, by comparison, here was our first one. Essentially, Valfira, this is a billboard right here as far as flats go. That is colossal in size. Also, too, Valfira, this lets me put 2 of them on a single build plate. There's another one here. So the advantage here is that I can print these side by side and get 2 per plate. That's great there, Sectrix. I will try to get you a, was it a 5 terabyte drive we wanted there, Sectrix? Again, remember, this is Kathy's birthday week here. So on the 29th, we will be painting a brand new Kathy figure that I'm sculpting in Eldritch Foundry. I think on our Saturday stream, we'll try to maybe paint some of our, or no, we'll be painting we'll be painting these. We'll be painting these on the Saturday stream here. I actually printed up 5 new ones. So Sectrix, I have the Merry / Frodo that we did. I've got, well, obviously Gimli there. I've got the Sauron, but I wasn't sure. Did we ever do the Treebeard one? I can't remember if we ever did the Treebeard one. Yeah, so I'll at least try to get you 5 there, Sectrix. I'll shoot you a message after the stream. I'll shoot you a message then. Again, it's been as crazy as the hours here. It's gotten even crazier, and I think this week is going to be absolutely bonkers. So yeah, I don't. Oh, and I think I don't know if you did a Balrog sector. I don't remember. Again, sorry, I only have the files for well the Gimli one, the Sauron one, and the Merry / Frodo, because it's kind of hard to tell which one it's supposed to be. It could be either one. I mean, it's a gummy bear hobbit, so it could be pretty much any hobbit, right? But he does have the little ring in his hand, so that's why I'm saying he is Frodo. So now look at this. See, we're doing our little. Oh, they got some Elvish writing down there too. I didn't see that. So again, great to see you there, Valfira. Now, of course, Valfira, we'll see what happens this Saturday. That's going to be a big game. I mean, well, these days they're all big, but holy smokes, that's going to be, that is almost, I don't want to say control of the SEC, but it definitely is. That's basically a playoff game for Vandy. This coming Saturday, wouldn't you say, Valfira? Anchor down, right, Valfira? Look at this. Now, see, it did a fantastic job with this. It didn't, shoot down any areas. Now, part of it is, and the irony is that it doesn't have a super ton of contrast. I mean, you can see right there. Look at that image over there. Not a ton of contrast. Where's our Arwen one? Now, even this one here, you can see how his hat just goes way back there. Now, again, it is supposed to be dark, so whatever. But yeah, and then of course here we have Centaur Gandalf right there. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a little more of the screen up in here. Then we're gonna do some few more glazy things there. Valfira, I am hoping. I don't think we're gonna do 2 tonight, but I am hoping, Valfira, to be able to, do a couple of these in a stream. Now, of course, I have that one ready to go, just in case. Just in case it is ready to go. Here's another one, but see here, look at Edoras. You can see that's like a super duper recessed thing right there. That's not actually what I would want it to be. That's really not, again, not quite how I would like for that to go. Oh, look, I'm going to grab me some of this here violet. This is our not radiant, radiant violet. That's a going here. So again, I forget what that site is now. When Surface Tension joins us, Surface Tension can share that link. Unfortunately, I don't have it, and it's really, really, really difficult to share any links of any kind. Again, still working with our violet right here. Doesn't really look violet there. I believe, yeah, let's see, it is, what the heck is that called? Oh, image, it's basically called image2stl.com. Yeah, image2stl.com. It's literally, that's what it's called. Now, I don't understand all the workings of it. I kind of try to take the most obvious settings and use those. And again, these are very usable files. The thing is, they're very tiny files. I mean, physically, they're tiny. However, it was the same thing with these. Some of them are super tiny, and some of them are super giant. That's the effect of big acrylic there, Felfair. Yeah, that is the work of big acrylic for sure. It has all the it's got all the fingerprints, right, of big acrylic, wouldn't you say, Velfair? Let me get a little more of our light down here. Not a ton more. Again, we're going to start doing some glazy things over the top of this too. We'll be doing that, don't worry. Indian yellow, right? Some of your more high-powered colors for sure. Now, all right, here's a little bit of Mars Yellow Deep for you. A little bit of Mars Yellow Deep. That's going in here. More Mars Yellow Deep. Yeah, Velfira, what was it? Notre Dame started at 0-2, right, Velfira? And they're literally talking about them not just making the playoffs, but, getting essentially what would be like a 5 seed or something like that in the playoffs, despite an 0-2 start. Now, you don't want them to not be in the playoffs if they win, the next 11 games or something. Not 11. Well, yeah, they'd have to win their next 10 at least. So if they go 10-2, you say, okay, well, that's a whole different story. All right, there's, again, some more of our blonde here there. So again, thanks for all the bits and the subs there. And again, Pura Vida, really appreciate that. It makes a big difference. Yeah, the Twitch income has been somewhat less because we lost out on that percentage thing. So that's massively helpful there. The other thing, if I knew how to do things like Blender or Meshi even, then maybe we could, here, let me get a little bit of this red in here. We could take those scripts, right, that GPT creates, pop those into Blender, and do whatever it needs to be done. So there is our little bit of skinny tones on that. Maybe even throw a little bit of that elsewhere around here. I mean, it really did a fabulous job of creating that whole, kind of Lothlorien look behind it for sure. Say hello, Armored Wolf, for me, unless they just sent you a text message saying, "Hey, we're there." I know that things have been crazy for them, and uh, here's hoping. Here's hoping that Ursa goes very well. I know you guys have been working really, really hard on that with the very limited time you've had, given all the other stuff you've had to do. I'm wondering, do we try the later stuff yet? No, maybe we go. Let's do a little bit of darker glazy stuff in the recess. That's I'm gonna grab maybe some of you. This is some ombre right here. A little bit of umber. We're gonna respect the umber here, Velfera, for sure. We will respect the umber. Let me do a little bit more of this in the hair right here. So again, if you check out the regular YouTube channel, you will see the first of the Army Showcase videos, and that features the song that I made with that combination of GPT and Suno. It also features some animations that I did. Essentially, the animations, they're there to kind of provide a little bit of a bridge from one kind of scene to the next. Now, the future videos are going to have a whole bunch of terrain in them, so they'll look very different from this one. Actually, I was hoping to do an Eowyn video. I also, that's right, I have a Gandalf song written, but believe it or not, we actually have to paint more Gandalf figs. You'd think we had enough Gandalfs, but actually I wanted to do. There was another one that I wanted to paint before we try and do that. So you can see now we got a little bit of that going in the hair. We're going to take some of this Payne's gray here. Maybe a hint of the Prussian blue. Little smidge of that. Here we go. Break it down. It's going to go into our mirror pool here. Now this is more like a pin line wall. You can see we're just kind of touching it there. That's it. That's all we are doing with that. Maybe a bit more of our Payne's gray here on the bottom of our mirror pool. How's about we get a little more blue on our water down here? Now, it doesn't have to be a ton, but let's get a little something going here. Some Prussian blue. So Landrast, congratulations on that Mac there. It's too bad. I know at some point you'll have to try to share those images of it there, Valfira, because it's that really turned out fantastic. I mean, sorry, Landrast. Sorry about that. Again, the hours have been a bit unusual, even for this place. The hours have been unusual. All right, where'd my thinner go? There you are. Drop some of you here. How's about some of this here? Okay, is that gonna be glazy enough? Is that gonna be glazy enough? So we need some more darks in there. Actually, Camden, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there, I think we got eyeballs now. If you want to share some stuff in the chat. Ooh, I was just about to stick this over there. That wouldn't have been a good plan. That would have just went right into the hair. Now, of course, these flats are kind of ideal subjects for pin line washes. I mean, as in like, wow, yeah, they are really ideal for things. Look at that. Very ideal for pin line washes. It's got maybe a little more of the brown in it. let me do this. Let me try here. A little Indian yellow plus that plus this. Nah, again, that Indian yellow, breaking that down. That's your mangoes for you. Yeah, that mango yellow is hard to break down, right, Landrast? There we go. See, it's got a little bit more of a yellowish green to it. We're getting a little too happy there with. We need to kind of get that brush, not scraping it across, but just dropping it on there. That's what we got to do. More like this. Because remember, all this stuff is wet, so it's all going to be getting, kind of straight mixing together on us. So for now, we're gonna kind of emphasize more of the darks here. Oh, geez. You know what I forgot, Velfera? I forgot to do this. Let's try and get as many pictures as we can. I think the last one I had about 15-ish pictures or so. Man, oh man, I almost forgot. Well, I should have maybe done one about 10-ish minutes ago, but you know, we'll survive. Somehow we'll make it. We'll live. Oh, that's a very bluish green right there. Because this got to be darker up here, and this doesn't have quite as much of the thinner in it either. Because I want this to not be quite so much of a pinline wash. But we definitely needed ourselves some. And I don't mind if this starts mixing. See, here it's okay that we get some mixing happen. That's no big deal there. That's all right. We need ourselves. See now our buildings. Those are going to show up some more there. And also again, now we got ourselves some stronger contrast with the hair, and we have not gone anywhere near as light as we can go with that. So good news. I will do Payne's gray, indigo green. Here you go. Ooh, look at that. Now this, on the other hand, does need a bit more thinner in it. So we'll get this rolling over here. Breaking it down. That is going to go in this little insert right here with our Elvish writing. Not Elvis. What we got here? So thanks again, Pura Vida. Appreciate everything. Now again, I would have I would have done the paid version of Meshi, but unfortunately they kind of dropped the monthly thing, and it's 1 year subscription only, and it's very hard to tell if it can do the things I want it to do. Well, like these flats, the results have been mixed, much like anything else. I've had some results where I say, man, this is incredible, and then there was other flats where I'm like, wow, GPT does 100,000 times better than this. So the results so far using Meshi have kind of been eh. And before we commit the whole year to that, I want to know a little bit more about it. Now, I think I'm still going to go with this darker green. Now, of course, Perlane Black. We could have done a pre-glaze of Perlane Black here. Just ended up making something else instead. So again, just kind of dropping it. Oh, there's actually some more hair over there. I'm going to make that a little darker too. And again, also has some more blue, so that'll kind of go to the recesses and all the warmer colors come forward. More of that darker blue up in here. Well, bluish green. Well, gray, bluish green. So yeah, Camden, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, blinking not allowed here in Wampleville, right? Where are you hiding? You're around here somewheres. There you are. Well, I do appreciate that these are as flat as me, but I noticed something here. Yeah, you see, I have all kinds of problems sculpting this, yet you have you sculpted eyelids on that. I think you kind of failed to do that on this flat. Yeah. Sorry, that was entirely necessary. So everybody check out that link that Camda just shared. Yes, the Weeping Angel. Now that would be the ultimate bas relief, right, Camda? Is to sculpt the flat of the Weeping Angel. All right, I think we're starting to get some of our darks going here. Oh, yeah, let's have a little bit of that over here. Maybe a teensy bit of each of these. So, Sea Dragon, hopefully you are doing well. Hopefully your Thursday was fabulous. Pura Vida, they're very inefficient. They facilitate that. What is it that humans call? Oh, sleeping. Yeah, whatever. That very unusual activity that humans do. The whole thing with the eyelids tends to facilitate that. That's the other reason why we really don't adhere to eyelids or anything like that here in Wampleville. Okay. So yeah, I've got those 5 of those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears printed out. I'll try to get them on bases hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, that again, that is super inefficient, right, Pura Vida? Man, oh man, it's like who would engage in something like that? All right, let me get a little bit of the Mars Black into this, so that we can start to get some more shadows on this mirror pool deal here, like so. Maybe a few more shadows down there. Now we have to maybe we have to start thinking about some later thing. All right, we can do that. We can do that. Well, now get a little bit of that red in there as well. Make it a little bit more of a pinkish tone, perhaps. Whoops, before that, though, how's about some pictures? Let's do a picture here first. Where'd that camera go? There it is. That's better. Now, of course, our last stream, we did this monster right here. Part of our BS. Oh, actually, I found out something. So I can take these photos, and apparently I can bring them in the GPT, and it will wipe out the background, which means that's super helpful for when I go to do the showcase videos on these ships, where I need to basically strip away the background. So that would be incredibly helpful, because there's dozens of pictures, and trying to strip away the backgrounds would take, well, I would need like 2 or 3 other people here doing that. For some reason, I don't have 2 or 3 other people, except for Armored Wolf being held captive in the basement. Now, most people would say, well, then why is Armored Wolf still 3 hours behind time-wise? It's a kind of a hard to explain arrangement there. It's all wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey, that kind of thing. Let's get a little bit of skin tone on the ear. More something there on the skin tones on the fingers, and this is still not as light as we can go. We'll also be getting some darks in here too, so Want to make sure we keep that shot. And you can see we got that little bit of greenishness in there. That's the pre-glaze. That's why we did that. And again, these flats really tend to lend themselves to the whole pre-glaze concept there. I think, yeah, that's we'll leave that. No. Here, let me see if we can take this. Well, actually, I have well, I put Pearline Crimson out on the palette, thinking that I might be doing that other flat again. I'm not so sure we'll be able to get to that second one. I kind of doubt it, actually. Especially, well, now we're 40 minutes into this one. Yeah, we need a little something more again besides just that light middle tone. Now you can see we got a little, and we could even, we can zoom in on this later too. So yeah, Pure Vita, again, that whole very inefficient, wasteful thing that was it humans call it sleeping. I think that's what humans referred to it as. None of that nonsense here. Now this is not just light. It's not super light, but it does have more of the yellow to it, so it's a higher saturation color that we're going with now in here. Not just lighter, but also more saturated. But the entire time, it is mixing with what is there, and that's the key thing. I mean, otherwise, we could just do acrylics and do layers, and that would be it. Now, we don't want this to get too light too far down here, so we can let that mix there. This needs to definitely be lighter. We'll start getting some lighter stuff on this. I'll kind of try to stick more towards, say, the violet on that. This, we'll get a little bit of something lighter in there, but again, it's kind of in shadows, so not too much. No, I was tempted to fool around with those other. We'll wait. We will wait on the. Yeah, I should still get a little bit of this lighter yellow in there. So Velfir, in a second, maybe we'll do a film noir or something like that, and just kind of see what this is looking like. Ooh, yeah. Let me get a little bit of the thinner on that. Not radiant green. I'm gonna get a little bit of the blue in here too. We did use this on our Trench Crusade one, if you remember, on the white there. We were using a bit of a greenish tone on the cloak there. So we have over. Let me see. I'm gonna get me a little bit of this on here, because this will kind of change this color too. It's not just going to lighten it; it's going to change that color around. And again, it's going to give it this little bit. And this is not our latest light by any stretch of the imagination. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I just want to dry brush a little bit of this on here. And then we'll do a quick little film noir. Like we do. Alright, let's see what we got here, Velfira. My guess is, well, that kind of, to me, I think it actually boosted the light dark con. This is what happens with the height maps, by the way. Look at this. You can see not as much of the contrast, but it really, I think, kind of emphasizes even more once we take away the color there. So a big hello to the Metalhead Minis folks. They'll be doing painting classes at, again, this is at Ursa. So everybody that is going to be at Ursa, be sure you also say hello to the Metalhead Minis folks. Even this, still not a straight up white here. So let's see, what is it out there? It is 9:39 out there. Is it now? Now it's starting to get a little bit lighter. So still not straight up white here. Yeah, I mean these are the hair and the dress. Almost, it is going to be pretty much the exact same value, Valfera. Is that why you're in charge of the film noir there, Valfera? Because of value. So we value Valfera for doing the film noirs because film concepts has value. Yeah, we gotta leave that darker. Or sorry, film noir, not film concepts. That is, I was just talking to somebody. Oh God, earlier today. That was the computer graphics company that I worked with. We were talking about them for a while, and they had millions of dollars of basically recently released Defense Department technology, which was immediately turned into very expensive paperweights by the personal computer. Oh wow! Okay, that sleeve doesn't that didn't go quite so far over as I thought. That's another piece there. There we go. Okay, that should be a little light. Maybe that too. Maybe sneak in a little more of our light there, and not down here because let me see what happens first with the edge on our mirror pool here first before we. Yeah. Okay. Blending brush. Oh, look at that! It's like we got an eraser. Super handy. Because this most definitely needs to be lighter in here for a bunch of reasons. There. What else we got here? Nope, wrong brush. Had to break that one up. Oh, that's right, because we're using the blackest black there. A little more of the light here. Okay. Now we need some of that. I guess better thin that down a little bit more, make it easier to work that in here. And then I'm also going to start thinking about some of our Lothlorien structures back here. Which now that we've got a bunch of different colors there, we can sort of let those all kind of mix with this lighter stuff that we're putting on here. Nice to see you there, Journeyman. Happy Friday. I hope that your Thursday was fabulous. Yeah, no, that should be a much. That's gonna be more like the Naples yellow coloration there. Let's save that for that. So Pura Vida, I hope that you're doing very well, of course. And we did just post the latest video to the Patreon page. Started up the army painting series, doing the whole basing with the casualties and everything. It is possible, actually, on tomorrow's stream that you see I might be painting some of those. Now, I'll probably paint the non-object source light ones so that we can focus on the source light ones in the video. I based, in the video, I was basing something like 15 or 16 of them. We're not going to be painting 15 or 16 of those in the tutorial series. We're going to be doing more like 10, maybe 11. Let me get this little building over here too. And it's not like we can't go back into these buildings here with some more of our darks as well. We'll be doing that. I have to say that image to stl.com, that did not do too bad a job here. This is not shabby as far as the details on it. As I do this, I'm like, wow, that is that ain't nothing, as we like to say. So it's a continuation. Remember, oh gosh, the Vale casualties. So here's and so you see we got our Wolves of Isengard there with the object source lighting. I wonder, can I grab one of these without knocking everything over? Well, of course, oh, these aren't not exactly what I was looking for here, but how's about we welcome in Kaylee Larson. Great to see you there, Kaylee. Welcome back. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a double raid. I don't know if it's going to be Kaylee and Cap, but everybody please give Kaylee Larson a follow. I know, Kaylee, you're probably going to head off and do post-stream stuff there, so thank you so much for the raid. So everybody welcome in. We are painting homemade flats. So this is not a painting. Here, let me show you something. So see how that has actual depth to it right there? It's very thin. It's real thin, but there actually is depth there. So these are called flats. Now last week, this is what we were painting, a little bit of a Trench Crusade theme right here. So this was super fun. And again, you can there's a little bit of shape to it. And we actually used our homemade metallic oil paints on parts of that. And here's the very first one that we did. This is only a couple of weeks ago. Was this 2 Flat Thursdays ago or Flat Friday or whatever it was? We painted that one. And then we've done a bunch more since. Here's 2 more that we did on stream. There you go. And this is one that we did in a tutorial video right here. So again, these are all flats. Now Monday's stream was a little bit different. Well, a little. It's there's Cap. There is Catmaster. How you doing there, Cap? Everybody please give Kaylee Larson and Catmaster a follow. So this again, this is what we did on our Monday stream. These are 3D printed Battlestar Galactica ships. This is the 8th one. Hard to believe we've done 8 of these already, right, Camda? And I do actually, well, I still didn't get a chance to print out the next one because I had to wait for the resin to arrive. Nice to see you there, Spotty. Doji, if you want to share your oil painting links, please go ahead and do that. Now, just a little bit ago, 53 minutes ago, this looked like this. And again, here's you can kind of see the flat a little bit better now with the primer on there. Now again, these I actually made these myself. I did the images. You can see them down in the corners there, and then created the STL files myself. So this is all entirely homemade. All entirely homemade. And again, here's some of the other flats here. You can kind of sense the theme of some of these. And we'll be painting these up on stream here over the course of time. Actually, this was one that Recoil did. He sent me this one. So again, that's we'll paint that one up on stream as well. He did a really good job making that. So Catmaster, great to see you. And everybody please check out that Instagram link that that Doji just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Yeah, Doji, even though it's Centaur Gandalf, right, we're still just going to go ahead and paint that one. Because, well, as we know, with GPTs, right, Landrat, you get like 1 shot, maybe 2 shots, and after that, you just got to start from scratch again. There is no, oh, just make this one little adjustment to it. Now, I have made some really interesting strides as far as the music stuff goes. learning that the GPT can actually create a Suno-ready prompt. And also, too, now that I've done enough of these, it actually kind of understands, believe it or not, get this, Valfera. Uh, GPT, it's starting to understand the Silmarillion. Yes, it now understands some of the characters that we have on the channel here. It literally is understanding that a story kind of is in progress, if you can believe it. I think one of its last replies, it did something like, "Oh, this is a fantastic story of Middle Earth that you're that you're building here." Yeah, that was unexpected to say the least. Let me try to get there a little bit more light in that. So Pure Vita, I don't know. Geez, have you had a chance to see any of these? Well, not even in their entirety, but I'm not sure how many of these you've been able to see. Again, I know that the streams have been crazy hours here. And of course, Cap, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know that Kaylee's kind of gone off to do Kaylee things, post-stream Kaylee stuff. But again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Here, I'm going to break this down a little more. A little more here. Yep, still got to break it down some more. And this is more some of the colors on our borders up here. Trying to make that a little lighter, but also too a little bit more towards the yellow. More of that here, yeah. And then we've got, of course, our Elvish Raider. I'm going to be using a different brush for that, though. So you can see that starts to stand out even more. And again, these flats here, made them myself. These entirely in-house, so to speak. Again, creating, like our Trench Crusade one there, created the graphics first. So I'll show you the graphic that we created for that, and then we turned it into a flat. So there's our graphic right there that we used to make that. Now you might recognize our Vehicles Workshop series. That was one of the primary characters that was featured on the freehand of that vehicle. We've also used that same kind of freehand character design on some of our Trench Crusade miniatures, where there was enough room to do some freehand, probably on the Trench Pilgrims. I do actually have a whole bunch of Trench Crusade figures. They're printed out. I have not had a chance to put them on bases yet. I actually have what's tantamount to like the Death Core of Krieg versions of Trench Crusade. Let me do this here. Yeah, you know what? Here. Let's do a little changeola there. So a kind of a yellowish green here. Let's get that Windsor yellow. And wow, this here is going to be a bright color. Windsor yellow, radiant green. That is going to be a bright color right there. Not just lighter, it's also a more intense color. We're just trying to get some variation here in our colors. Need for all of this to be a little bit lighter. Yep, there we go. Again, we just kind of erase that. I'm just going to go this way with it. I think it'll be easier. Yep, that was easier. So again, flats typically are actually smaller than this. It's hard to believe that this one is still larger than the average flat, but it is. At least that's what I was told by folks that, I mean, they paint flats all the time. They paint them for contests and whatever. Now, of course, there is one other thing that I could potentially do with flats, is that I print out, one of these as higher res as possible. This is easy to cast. I could actually make physical casts of this. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Cap. Appreciate that. Cap, again, if you wanted to share something super quick in the chat before you head on out there, please go ahead and do that. Everybody give Cap Master a follow. And remember, also Kaylee Larson. Don't forget Kaylee. Do that too. I know, again, Kaylee's probably had to go off to have some sleeps and other things. Just like Cap is going to be doing. So, Spotty Shark, great to see you. I hope that you are doing well. Nah, that's more than I wanted there. Oh, look at this. That's all wet. Oh, it's like I got an eraser. Right? It's just like I have me an eraser. Super nifty. Here we go. This is where I want to do some of that green. And again, it's almost kind of almost a dry brush texture there, the approach on this. Let me wipe some of that away. Nope, wrong brush. This one. There we go. Again, see how it's like we just erased that. Now I'm going to go back to this yellow here. There we go. Turn this around. Do the same thing on the other side here. Oh yeah, we should get a picture of this now that this is later. Yeah, let me get a quick picture of this as it is. If you check out the Instagrams, you got step-by-step images of these on the Instagrams. Usually 10, 11, 12 steps, something like that. Whoops, that's like, why am I using my phone for that picture? We want this thing. There we go. It is interesting that to see them. I'm hoping that I can maybe in where did my brush go? In some videos, maybe we can actually kind of have that, what would you say, morph a little bit more smoothly in a video form instead of just like one static picture. You're scrolling back and forth. You don't really see the true evolution of it there. Okay, that brush seems to have kind of disappeared there. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Catmaster just shared. Everybody please, again, give Catmaster a follow. Nope, that went a little bit over. Again, we're just going to use our blending brush here to take some of that away. I just need a little better angle on this. That's why I'm unfortunately going to kind of turn this upside down on you. Get rid of some of that extra light that seeped over. Do a little bit of wet blending in there. We'll bring some of that down here too. There we are. So yeah, Pura Vida, sorry that the streams have been starting later and later and later and later. That's probably going to be the case for a little while here yet. I'm still hoping that Friday could be an earlier day. Thursdays are always a later start. I mean, that's kind of pretty much that's been the case actually before things got crazy. Well, it's just the Thursday starts a little bit later on top of that. Saturday stuff's definitely going to be later. But I'm hoping maybe the Friday stream could be more like a 10 o'clock start or something like that. Yeah, you could see how that darker green on the end. It is mixing again with that. Here we are. Let me try this green. Some of these leaves here again, kind of a mid-tone green, not quite light, not quite dark. It is in the middle. Hence the whole mid-tone thing. Let me do that. Okay. And let me go put some of this green up in here. Again, that's kind of a mid-tone-ish green. We got our mallard trees up here. I think I can still go darker. Let me see, because again, we've been mostly doing glaze stuff there. I'm gonna see if I can go a little darker. Where's my phthalo here? So that's Mars black, phthalo green. That's pretty darn close to, say, a perline black, which is again a greenish black. Now you can see we're going much darker here with our darks than on our little reference over there. That was the original image that I made, which was then turned into a flat. And we already have a video on the process here. This is we also did the painting on a tutorial of it that is on the Patreon page. You know what? I'm gonna make that a little darker too. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, dark over there. Well, oh, and Camden, I'm glad that things are definitely much easier at work there. I mean, that doesn't hurt, right? To not have kind of that as an extra concern, so I'm glad that's kind of gotten cleaned up for you a bit. I know it wasn't the easiest, but hopefully kind of in the end it works out. That is another thing that definitely needs to be a much, there we go, much darker green in there. So again, getting a whole lot more separation from the background here. Now that we're starting to be able to add in some of this dark here, which we're going to do again now with our trees over here, like you do. Is nice. There we go. 1 hour, 8 minutes ago, this looked, well, pretty much like this, because I primed them both at the same time. That is what it looked like, and again, I had primed that just on the off chance that we would maybe have to paint that one too if this one went super fast. But since this is kind of the first of its kind, and there's a lot going on here, I think we'll just kind of focus on this one for the stream tonight. I think this will be plenty. We're just now starting to get into some of the, a little bit more of the juicy stuff. We are painting all of this with regular oil paints, mostly alkyds. Now I did put some of the perline crimson out there. I mean, unless we paint, I don't know, who knows? Maybe we paint the Eowyn on stream tomorrow too. I don't know, but I think we'll be again painting up some of the extra Warg riders. And then for the Saturday stream, again, we will be painting the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. And then on a, I don't know, is Wednesday the 29th? If Wednesday is the 29th, then, well, I guess we'll be, I guess we'll be doing a special Wednesday stream. Because what is today? So it's the 24th. Yeah, I could see that being, Wednesday being the 29th. Because, yeah, I think Halloween is the 31st, right? Yeah. Little, yeah, more of our dark behind that. And do a quick picture here. Then I'm gonna start getting our smaller brush. Maybe do some even more intense darks. I think we've got ourselves this maybe picture number 6 or 7. Again, I try to have at least about 15 of these things to make some step by step. Thanks, Camda. What was the? Oh yeah, it was our spacescapes, wasn't it, Camda? Where we had lots of. I think we had a ton of reflections on those. Well, they were like our space landscapes. Let me do some more of this. Now, I'm gonna try to do I'm gonna be doing some stuff where I'm gonna try and get reference images of things like because I saw a really nifty. What was that? Like a concept art computer generated image that NASA had done. Jupiter from the surface of Io. And I thought something like that, since we have actually painted Io, as in the planet as an ornament, well, the moon as an ornament, I guess I should say. I'm going to see if GPT can do that. Create an image of such and such. Again, I don't know if it's going to be it could be very cheesy looking, or it could be very scientific. I'm going to try and have it in the prompt say, make this as, what would you say, physically realistic as possible with all of the same perspective and geometry. So Camden, remember Chelsea Bonestell? Remember we were talking about him, and one of his things was that, okay, when he did, Saturn from the surface of this moon or that moon, he made sure that the geometry of the rings and everything else looked as it should from the surface of that planet. So see you later there, Doji. Everybody, please, again, check out that Instagram link that Doji posted. Doji, if you want to post that again, I think there was a raid just as you did that. So yeah, Doji, why don't you post your fabulous oil painted stuff again? Because I think there was a raid just as you did that. I'll make sure that folks get a chance to see it. So yeah, one of them, Camda, definitely is. I think I don't know if one of them is from one of the shepherd moons. That obviously kind of keeps the rings in place. But yeah, there's a couple of shepherd moons that are involved in keeping those rings relatively intact. Okay. Let's get more of that here on our mirror pool, I think. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just posted again. That's some fabulous oil painted stuff there in the chat. Please go check that out. We need to get a little more variation here in our... There we go. A little more light there. Appreciate you being here, Doji. Hopefully you get a chance to check out the new video. I know it's just basing, but it was super fun doing it with the casualties there. Because I don't think I ever got a chance to film that the last time I did that. I'm pretty sure that was not filmed. And again, I always try to make sure that I'm filming things, basically stuff that nobody else does. We're always trying to do something new, not like, okay, here's the 15th video on this same exact subject here. Always trying to do new stuff. Well, like these flats. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure maybe somebody's doing tutorial videos on flats. I have not seen any. So this might be your one place to get such things. To get things like, well, tutorials on how to paint flats. I'm just throwing it out there. You may not be able to get those everywhere. No, that's going to be too light. I'm going to tone that down. Whoops, smidge there. Nope, gotta refresh that brush a little. I'm also going to try and sneak in. Again, this is almost a little bit of a stippling type of brush stroke there. We're going to try and get a little more dark here. Now we're talking. That starts to make a little more sense there. I wonder, I'm going to do that too. Darken you down just a bit. I'm gonna zoom in on that. Wow, there is it did create a decent amount of different values and such. And I have to say again, this is we had to first go into GPT to create the height map and everything, and then had to use another program to create this, and then we had to print it. So there's a lot of things that can go sideways, right, Camda, with something like this. Lots of different stages. Actually, surface tension, funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that, because I've been trying to work out some flats of, well, some of our ships, doing flats of Bismarck and such. So great to see there, surface tension. Why don't you also share some links in the chat? Surface tension, it's funny, the camels obviously, thinking for the nativity scenes. But surface tension, let me send you, I'll send you after the stream the latest song that I did. It's a new song for Harad, for the Golden King and stuff. And I really need like a cavern, or not a cavern, a camel train type of thing. I'm thinking cavern because I also was working on, well, I was copying some of the songs over onto this MP3 player, and some of the ones were some of the Moria theme songs, like Durin's Halls, and then there was another one for the Balrog called Shadow and Flame. So yeah, surface tension, I'm going to send you the whole thing. I'll send you what my prompt was in GPT. I'll send you its response, and then I'll send you the song. And it's that is really, there's been some major developments in that reign there, surface tension. Now these are all the ones, man, this is starting to fall off here. These were the ones made with, oh gosh, what is that? The STL, image to STL.com. Yeah, so these were the ones made with that, and I've had the most consistent success with that surface tension. Now, I did try to take the height maps in there, and then I also tried to make the bas relief things and bring those in there to avoid, what we were talking about, where anything that's really dark gets really recessed, like overly recessed. I'm still going to try to, actually, Velfrey, I haven't had a chance to print out the nativity figures yet. Well, again, we had a little bit of an issue because I was trying to print them out in FDM. I think, again, what I need to do, like we were talking about, is I need to just put some of them on a base that don't have one. The ones that were on their own, essentially bases, those seem to be going okay. It doesn't matter, I still got to clean the stupid LiDAR sensor first before I try to do anything with the FDM printer. Yeah, surface tension, it just sometimes, like that Trench Crusade thing, it did, this one, it did great. And then for some of the other ones, it was either not great or it was downright useless. It can be frustrating, right? Surface tension. It's just like I was telling you with the prompts in GPT. There was one where I did everything absolutely right, and it still sang the instructions at the end. And I literally did everything exactly as it was supposed to be, and it still didn't work out. But that is such is life with these things, right? Surface tension. Now, you know what? That probably needs to be light there too. Yeah. You just never quite know. And then sometimes you get super lucky, like you said. I wish it was more consistent, but right now it's just not right now. Maybe one day there's some magical solution or whatever. We figure something out. But when I consider their surface tension, you know, what were the capabilities not too long ago? They certainly what we can do, not what we can do now. I don't know if you saw the. I think you saw the Denethor video, right? Surface tension. The latest thing I was trying to do in Sky Reels was I basically did a song that had nothing to do with Lord of the Rings or anything like that, and I tried to see if GPT could create all of the prompts needed for Sky Reels, which it did. That's when I found out that the average, if I just did the music video entirely in Sky Reels with no photos or whatever, it would take about 1,000 credits, which you only get about 4,000 credits each month. So yeah, surface tension, that's just on the regular YouTube channel. I also posted the latest army painting video on the YouTube channel or on the Patreon page. So yeah, check out both of those things. I'm going to try to get me a little bit lighter with the yellow here too, I think. So actually, surface tension, geez, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff yet. Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to share your stuff, please go ahead and do that, of course. So yeah, well, at first I put it on Facebook because it wouldn't let me put it on Insta. It was too long. Found that out the hard way. And then I put it on the YouTubes. And again, the format in the future is just all going to be typical horizontal format. I thought since it was going on Insta, I needed to do it vertically. That's why some of the footage is vertical. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Surface Tension. Let me do some more of this. Oh, I thought there was more buildings over on the other side. It's fantastic, Surface Tension. I was just saying a few minutes ago that I've got these essentially Trench Crusade themed Death Corps of Krieg that need to go on bases. Nice to see you again, Kiasu. How you doing? I know it's been a little while. Appreciate you being here. So Kihasu, hopefully everything is going well. I think, gee whiz, I think I've been using the Instagrams for 13 years now. Basically, about every 3 days. Oh, there is going to be a new post tomorrow. It's gonna have still images of the White Tree of Gondor diorama set there. Because again, we've got the video on it, but I also wanted to have some still images too. Well, Kihasu, if you wanted to share any of your stuff from being at Spiel there, please go ahead. I'm sure you're overloaded, right, Kihasu? There's just probably all kinds of amazing things to see there. You know what? That actually also needs to be a little bit of light right there too. I will get rid of that. Indian yellow. Come on over here. Wow, that is. And we are going to now use that along with a little bit of ombre. Respect the ombre here. That is hyper translucent. That's going to go into the hair. We're looking to just kind of tint it here as much as anything else. One hour, 26 minutes ago, there was no paint on this whatsoever. Kihasu, that's kind of funny. When I'm at conventions and stuff like that, there are times where I'm there for 4 or 5 days and I have like 1 or 2 pictures. And even then, that's kind of iffy. It's usually not the first thing or the second or the third or the 12th thing that comes to mind when I'm doing one of those things. Because, well, usually there's a little bit too much going on to be thinking about pictures. Speaking of pictures, we need to take one here. Now, especially now that I'm going to get more of this here yellow and the umber on the hair. So after we do this, we will get ourselves another picture going here. Another picture. That's fantastic, Kihasu. And again, if there's any stuff you wanted to share, stuff that you brought there or whatever, please go ahead and share that. Okay, I think we got about maybe, that might be picture number 8-ish, something like that. Yeah, Kihasu, sometimes the priorities, right? Priorities. Gonna bring me some of that into this over here. Radiant green. There we go. Now, breaking this down a little bit, not a ton though. Not tons. Letting that mix with what is already on here. Not too much up here, because the lighter this gets, we're pretty much gonna annihilate all the contrast we got doing the dark around the hair. And again, see down there in the lower left-hand corner, that is the reference. That was the original image that got turned into this flat. And again, I am on the Patreon page. I've got a whole series on these things. In fact, it's very possible that the next video I do is going to be on one of these. No, a Trench Crusade one. That's it. Yes, that's right. Be kind of a follow-up to my Trench Crusade series. I also got a couple of vehicles workshop series. They're going to kind of simultaneously begin. There we go. Let me see. Oh, sorry about that, Kihasu. Let's see. Then no different surface tension. Just like there's no difference between, say, the miniatures and the paintings. The only thing really surface tension is that it facilitates the pre-glaze. Pre-glaze is actually kind of efficient on these things. So yeah, I think on the last 3 or 4 flat surface tension, now I've done the pre-glaze. Yeah, again, otherwise we normally these days been kind of not really doing the pre-glaze very much. That is literally the only difference. Other than that, it's all the same. Just like, again, there's not much difference between doing the regular paintings and miniatures. Except that, well, with the regular paintings, we don't have to worry about the back. There is that. Here, back to this green again. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit of the blue into that. A little bit of the sky blue into that. Yeah, I guess, yeah, surface tension, because now it would, some of the other ones, maybe it doesn't work quite as well. Now this Aowen one, as you can tell, I'm probably going to do a combination of, I want to say Van Dyke Brown and Pearline Crimson for this one, because you can see it down in the right-hand corner there. Let me do some more of this over here. Get a little bit of that lighter green, and then we're also going to get a little bit of that reflecting here on our mirror pool. I'm trying to think surface tension. I think it was after the very first one. It just popped into my head. It's like, you know what? I wonder if pre-glaze, and get this surface tension, the whole well, that 1/3 at least of the reason we went away from the pre-glaze on regular figures is just for speed and efficiency. Another third is, of course, alkyds. And then another third was just, well, sometimes the miniatures, there's no way you can do a pre-glaze on there because you just be, breaking pieces of it off or whatever. But here, those 3 things are flipped on their heads. Because here we want to tie everything together, right? So hence the pre-glaze worked well on that. We really are just using 1 or 2 colors, so you can just very easily choose a, what would you say, a color that is going to stain well. It's easy enough to wipe it off. I literally only had 2 sponges to work with. So instead of needing a whole bunch of, chopped up tiny little sponges, that was one of the more interesting developments so far with the flats, is to pre-glaze is back on the menu, right? Surface tension. Those. Now the flower may be white, but not these things. That should not be white there. And again, we got a lot more to there. It really did create a lot of detail in some of these other areas. And again, we've only been at this 1 hour 34 minutes. That is it. Surface tension, what's interesting is sometimes with the flats, you get to, it can almost be, remember we were talking about miniatures where the freehand is sculpted in? and then other miniatures that are a little bit more like an open canvas where you can kind of put your own designs or freehand in there. Uh, well, flats kind of are the same way. There's times where I say, man, I wish that wasn't sculpted there because I would have liked to do my own thing there. Now, in the case of this one, it sculpted the face much more, well, I guess completely, as you would maybe call it. I don't know. Whereas those other ones that I did, those first ones, I could do much more painting of the face on my own. Here, I'm kind of held, to the form that is sculpted on here. Now we're finally starting to get some of our elvish writing going here. Be easier just to do this and probably go back in with the darker stuff and fill that in. Not even going to bother on this stuff down there because I literally just keep sticking my finger into that. Also, there we go. I think at one point I am going to, well, in a little bit, I have to refresh the medicine anyhow. But I'm also going to probably clean off my hands, maybe even get a couple extra pieces of blue tack on here. Everything kind of all just had to be cobbled together very quickly for tonight. But at least there is stuff now ready for the next several streams, I think. Well, almost is. If I get those Lord of the Rings gummy bears put on bases tomorrow during the day. You know what? Ooh, that's getting a little too late there. Let's take some of that away. I need to start getting some of this in the trees back here. Some leaves and such. A little more texture there. Let me take this, mix it with this. So this is radiant green, some of the yellow. Oh, remember this surface tension? So like that there, this is just an open area. Same thing with the face. Again, I had much more opportunity to kind of paint what I wanted there, and then these larger open areas on these. Here, there's everything is kind of sculpted in there, and it was a similar thing with this. A lot of the stuff is sculpted in, and you can't deviate too much from it. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do is maybe start getting a little bit even. This is like a light middle tone. No, it's borderline light color actually. So Camden, hopefully the project with Venom goes well, and oh, that's like, what do I smell here? Oh yeah, it's the furnace going off. Because now it's yeah, actually, what's it like there in Welshlandia? Surface tension, we've almost dropped down into the 30s here. So typically the high of the day is in the mid 40s ish. Maybe again, it's I think there could be we could have our first frosts too, yeah, of the fall. That could be coming up over the next week or so. I'm guessing you're probably not going to have frosts over there in Welshlandia because, again, the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency has figured out how to prevent those. for the most part, it seems. Where's the air? A little bit, a little bit more of my white into the Naples yellow here. So surface tension 7 Celsius is, well, that's probably about mid 40s. Low, that's probably like 43, 44 degrees maybe. That's in the neighborhood then. And of course it's well, in October here, surface tension. Uh, it seems like the Welsh Landic defense shield is spread over this area too in October, because it's usually mostly cloudy through October. And it hasn't necessarily been the case this month so much, but yeah, I believe not last year, the year before. Yeah, the last year on Halloween it was in the 50s, mid to low 50s, dropped down into the 40s at night. The year before on Halloween it snowed. So who knows? Maybe it snows this Halloween. Actually, that could be very interesting. It could snow on Halloween. Or at least there could be a frost at least. That could, and all of us that have been like getting all kinds of extra candy because of last year, as the fates would have it, yeah, then it snows on Halloween. But well, at least we'll be prepared for next year. Is that the Guy Fawkes celebrations there? Well, I don't know about celebrations, but the Guy Fawkes fireworks there, surface tension. Now, apologies for the ignorance on that. Try to do yeah, we'll go a little bit more with that on this malware tree right here. Now, our little tree down here, we're going to try to get that a little lighter. Now, I'm also going to try to get something a little bit more here. That could be interesting. So we got the violet and the sky blue mixed together. Violet and sky blue. Let me get this in the water here. Yes, fireworks are strictly illegal here, which is why every house has massive fireworks displays. And by massive fireworks displays, I mean the bombardment of Fort McHenry pales in comparison. And of course, Fort McHenry, that's somewhat well known because, well, Star Spangled Banner and all that. Great to see you there, JD. Yeah, we're using the not radiant radiance here. We were thinking of what was the one, Camda? We were joking around. We were gonna call it. We're gonna mix it up ourselves or something like. Yeah, there was some kind of radiant color we were gonna mix together. Oh, I think it was gonna be radiant gray purple shade. Was it, Camda? So again, everybody check out the YouTube channel. Again, that's the regular YouTube channel, because we've got the very first of the Army Showcase videos featured there now. And that's kind of a portent of the future. There will be many more of those. As it turns out, there will some of the armies will probably get a couple of those because it's not just the figures themselves; it's also the terrain that goes with it. Oh yeah, I remember the Welsh quickset, cadmium gray shade, right, Camda? Surface tension. I don't know if you remember that was telling the story. When we used to go to these folks, they just was right in the neighborhood here, but across the street from their house was one of those kind of warehouse factory type things where it's just the exterior facade is all sheet metal, and all of the every single firework that was set off in the neighborhood, like within a 2 mile radius, sounded like it was ricocheting off of that building. So it basically did sound like gunfire. It sounded like there was going to be ricochets coming at you. It was the craziest sound that I've ever heard in my life. Again, we're trying to get here a little bit of reflected light on the underside of the mirror pool there. So we're definitely we'll stick with this flat tonight. We're not going to try to do the AON tonight. Like I said, who knows? Maybe we might dive into that on a different night than just Thursday. Or, in this case, Friday. So yeah, and again, the folks, they're not setting off little firecrackers or those puny little M80s or something like that. They are setting off at minimum battlefield tactical nuclear weapons. I mean, that's what the 5-year-olds are running around with. I'm pretty sure that most of the fireworks that people are shooting off here, you actually need rail guns. That's it. And I don't mean like those stupid, puny little electronic type things. I'm talking about like train cars, as in rail guns that shoot battleship-sized shells. Yeah, that's pretty much what the average person is shooting off here for fireworks. So JD, all of this stuff with the flats, a complete accident. I just wanted to see if I could, because I had done a whole bunch of Alphonse Mucha inspired sketches and stuff for for watercolor paintings actually years and years ago, and I wanted to see they didn't have any color on, they were just black and white sketches, and I wanted to see, well, could GPT maybe give me a little color reference idea on those. And for some reason it occurred to me to ask it, can you actually make this into a bas relief? And it did, and I went, huh? So I made a bunch of bas reliefs, and they said, I'm sure you can't do this, but is it possible to create an STL, a printable STL file? And it said, did you want resin or did you want FDM? And that kind of kicked off everything, right? Surface tension and Camda.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, boys. Painting. Appreciate that. So I get my arms ripped off by the Bora. How do you end up getting so flat? I didn't realize Arda was flat. Am I flat? Maybe it's just too much pipeweed. Maybe it's too much pipeweed for Gandalf. Now, we did just mention pipeweed. What's going to happen on that big Gandalf? Uh-oh. The curse continues, right? Surface tension. We mentioned pipeweed. He rolls a 1. So thank you so much, boys. Painting. Appreciate that follow. Thank you so much. I mean, yeah, Camden, just I never in 1,000 years would have imagined, first of all, that I'd be painting flats, right? Because, what, 2 weeks ago, over the course of, well, decades and decades of painting, how many flats did I do? Oh, that would be none. Oh, also, too, remember, actually, surface tension. I'm going to use what is that, image to STL.com to turn this into a bas relief because I think that was what, 3 Thursdays? Yeah, that was our Thursday stream 3 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, I think that was Thursday of 3 weeks ago. And that was our hypothetical battle scene of USS Constitution versus HMS Victory. Hey there, TBW, how you doing? Great to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Friday morning. Here's hoping that your Friday is off to a fabulous start. Appreciate you being here. Tiny Big Wars, there's been a lot of, man, so many developments here just, again, and not just the last 2 weeks with all of the flats and everything, but just with everything, doing, the Eldritch Foundry stuff. That was what, about a month ago or so when we started doing the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Oh, and again, on the 29th, I will be painting up. Again, I'm trying to make a. Well, I'm hoping to have not just a Kathy miniature, but a Kathy bust because we turned the Kathy miniature, right? We sort of turned that into a bust. I think we painted that up in May, but I'm hoping to make a new Kathy miniature and maybe even because, well, Eldritch Foundry could maybe even also create a bust as well. Let me do that. Tiny Big Wars, if you want to share anything in the chat, stuff that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. JD, I wasn't sure if you wanted to share some stuffs in the chat. Yeah, okay. And I don't know if you remember surface tension and some of the other streams. With these things, bizarrely enough, you actually have to avoid outlines, which is weird because, as you can imagine, it kind of pushes you towards outlines. I mean, they're kind of just sitting right there, and in some ways, you almost have to cover those up. I know that sounds weird and wacky. Tiny Big Wars. The smaller scale stuff is actually Tiny Big. Oh, here, is this our? Look at that. This was 2 Mondays ago. We did the first of the H-class battleships there. We did that. And then, well, this last Monday of this week, another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships right there. So yeah, Big Wars, you got a Discord, Instas, Facebook, whatevers. Ooh, gotta be careful there. That's kind of a little too light down there. That's a little too close to the hair color. I don't want to get too close. Oh, picture time. Yeah, let's do that. Let us do that here before we forget, because we will. And again, these end up usually on the Instagrams there, step by steps. Speaking of Instagram, check out what Tiny Big Wars just posted over there. There we go. Actually, surface tension. What was it that I got GPT to do? I don't know if I think maybe you and I have talked about this, where you actually have to fool it sometimes to make it do what you want it to do, and it doesn't want to do it. I think I was able to fool it into saying, you know what? Well, this is going to be. I'm bringing this into meshy, and if you don't do this angle exactly right, or if you don't match my reference image exactly, it's going to screw up the mesh in the render. So it was all of a sudden it became very apologetic there, surface tension. I don't know if you've noticed that, but that's a little bit of strategery there. It's like we're fighting. It's a battle of wits, right, against the AI to get it to do what we want it to do. And there I have kind of learned ways to outwit it. It still tries to. It still does a foolie on me, like those prompts for Suno, where it said, "Oh yeah, 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 that's definitely a good idea for me to write a Suno-ready prompt." And I said, "Well, can you do all the brackets?" "Oh yeah, yeah, I can do all the brackets." Well, then it did too many, and essentially Suno just like imploded because they put in so many brackets, it started just saying the only thing it's saying was instructions. Thanks, Tiny Big Wars. So yeah, we will be doing again some more some more of our World War II ships, but it might be as a flat on a flat Thursday coming up. Now here's another case where we need a little bit. Okay, I don't want it to be an outline per se. Surface tension. Well, it was this stuff, right? Where it did that Trench Crusade thing. It did it perfect. And I said, okay, these are our parameters. And it said, yeah, 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 we'll use these. And it basically was pretty much 100% failure rate ever since. And there was even with making the actually, I'm having a hard time just getting to get good relief maps. It made like a dozen of those with no problem. And I thought, oh, now it's established, right? We can just crank these out. Nope, nope, not really. I thought we were home free. Not the case. Now we need to get a little more. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of this darker stuff in the back of the forest. Now let's go a little lighter here. And everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Tiny Big Wars just shared. More of this sky blue, a little bit of our white there. That is very much a kind of a turquoise-ish color here. Actually, let me scroll down to that part of it here. There we go. We'll get some of that into the foliage here. See you in a bit there, surface tension. See you in a little bit. Just be careful of the artillery shells. Hopefully you've got your camouflage gray so that you can avoid being targeted there. Yeah, there is only one camo pattern in surface tension in Welshlandia. It's just gray. Yeah, Welshlandic Dazzle Camo surface tension. It's literally a totally flat gray sweatshirt or that. Yeah, that's what all the ships we painted. They're painted a special Welsh Landic gray. Not battleship gray, but Welsh Landic gray. Now we need to get the mallow trees a little lighter here. Ooh, yeah, here's some of the violet mixed with that yellow. Let's get some light on these trees. Then they'll have to be reflected in the water too. Believe it or not, I mean, they're literally, look at this. It actually sculpted this detail of the trees reflected in the water. I mean, again, that's not too bad considering that I made the image in one thing, brought it online to that STL or image to STL.com, and made this, and I just brought it into a Chidu box. Now again, I had to enlarge the file, like physically went was it 1010%, and that I'm not joking. That was the size and that was just to get it to this size. Now at first I was a little bit kind of like bummed, distressed, whatever about that, and then I realized, well, wait a minute. This is still larger than the average flat. Yes, the average flat is still smaller than this. So when I was making those first colossal sized flats, I did not realize that they were, like, again, billboard size in terms of what flats normally are. I had no clue because I'd only ever bought one, and it was, I think, about maybe it was smaller than this. Oh, was it 2016 when the World Expo was here in Chicago, and Kathy got one for me because, well, needless to say, since that was more of a historical modeling type of thing, flats were definitely much more common there. Yes, that's normally a closely guarded military secret, right? Surface tension. The secret Welsh Landic Dazzle Gray. Oh, it's Dazzle Gray surface tension. Yes. It is Dazzle Gray camo. Instead of Dazzle Camo, it's Dazzle Gray. Let me try to get more of the tree a little lighter in here as well. Oh, and we need some reflection there too. Round about hour 3 or so, that's when we break out our fast mat weight and really drop it. Oh my gosh. Believe it or not, Camda, the dress is actually reflected into here, and it has like the water shimmery stuff. It actually did sculpt that in. Yeah, so this right here, this stuff, that is actually, the dress is reflected. Even the hair, there's a little bit of the hair reflected in the hem of this sleeve, is also reflected in here. Well, I think I sent you the image there, Cam, to just take a closer look at it like I'm doing now. I did not notice this because I've never seen it this large before. I only ever saw it on screen with all the other GPT prompts. But yeah, there is an extraordinary amount of detail in this thing. I had no idea. Try to get a little more light here on the, whoops. Should it go that hot? On the, no, maybe not. Here, let me take this and we'll just remove a little. Remove just a little bit of that. Get some light on the side of the hand there. Maybe even a little more light here on that little bowl there. lighten up these trees some more. Oh, and the little building over here. Actually, there's two buildings over here. It is absolutely, as I look at this closer and closer, there is so many tiny little details on this. And then, of course, when we get to something like our AO in there with all of the knotwork and everything, this, like I said, if I tried drawing all of this knotwork here, that would take a week and a half of me trying to figure out that knotwork pattern. And it wouldn't actually be that good as how it turned out. So, needless to say, and I've been trying to get people to realize this, that you can actually get better at what you're doing by utilizing this stuff. And instead of just kind of reacting to things, maybe think of it in a different way. Here, let's get a little bit more of our light here. Ah, that was missing. That was missing right there. Shall we do this here? Yeah. Ah, never did the white over here, or the white on these flowers here. Some of these still a little lighter in there. You know what, these trees, okay, I don't want to go too light on the trees up here. Because again, I'm trying not to take away from the face and the hair, but we just need to go a little lighter here on these trees up top. There, alright. Do I go lighter down here? Yeah, I guess. Ooh, hopefully it's not too much of a light. I wanted to get more of the reflections down in there. And yes, shockingly enough, it actually did sculpt some of those reflections down there. I'm gonna go a little bit lighter on the face over here too. Maybe, not too much on that here. Okay, is nice. Now what I'm going to do is, again, I'm just going to also refresh the medicine a little bit. Ooh, first though, because I'll forget when I come back, I'm going to take a picture of this here. Okay, there we go. There's our picture. And don't go away. We shall return. Just a few minutes here. Apologies for the delay. I was trying to move my chair forward closer to the table. I'm like, why is it not moving? It's literally like somebody had held on to it and couldn't move it forward. Well, that's because it was the cable to the computer that I use in my other filming area. And when I yanked on that, it disconnected a bunch of stuff. And then in trying to fix that, I ended up almost unplugging my headphones here with the chair. Yeah, there was a bit of a fracas there. My again apologies for the delay. Let me start. We got a lot of bluish greens in here. I'm gonna try and get some browns, umber, and maybe a little bit of our yeah. Let's get a little terra rosa back in there. Possible. Oh yeah. Our oxide. Let's go with some of our oxide green in there too. Let's try that. So that's a bit more of an olive green right there. And thank you, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted the latest army painting video to said Patreon page before the stream. Which, yeah, that was a little extra adventurous there, Camda, because it was about 95% uploaded. And because I was putting in some of like the graphics and other things, like the thumbnail and such, I didn't realize that it hadn't finished loading yet, or uploading. And I saw that, well, the C drive was really running low on space, so typically I upload the video and then delete it off of the C drive because it's already on another drive, but I didn't realize that it had not finished uploading when I deleted it. And as it turns out, that doesn't just like pause the upload, that kills the upload. That's another reason why we're later here, because they had to upload that video a second time. Because again, it was about 97% loaded. I thought it was done, and it wasn't. So needless to say, that also created a bit of an issue. So again, it's a little bit different green right here. It's actually almost, kind of looks almost more like a brown on the surface there. But again, we don't want everything to just be only kind of our brighter greens. We need some of these more subdued greens in here as well. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to start doing some of this on our borders again. Now that I've got this brush out here, I think that might make it a little easier. It's a balance of consistency with this. It's got to be thin enough to flow easily, but if it is too thin, well, then it turns into a pinline wash, which was fabulous early on. That would not be quite as fabulous right now. It would be like opposite of fabulous. It also can't be too thick because then it's going to remove the paint that's already on here. Because believe me, I could take a makeup sponge and probably wipe off 70 to 80% of the paint that's on here. That could be a thing. That could happen. Now again, you're not gonna. You can see I keep sticking my hand on that, so that's literally gonna be one of the last things we do on this here. Now to this. Also there. Yep, that's mostly just a kind of a weird gray there. We want that a little bit more of that yellowish color. So it is the Naples yellow, a little bit of our white in there, and just like little trace amounts of our green, believe it or not, also has found its way in there. tiny trace amounts, but trace amounts nevertheless. This also, these two lines side by side here. Again, that's kind of a almost like a dry brush type thing that we're doing there. We can do that with these type of, again, these are the liner brushes, right? The short liner refers to the handle, not the bristles. We want those longer bristles. I couldn't, geez, it's been a long time since I last used the, was that those spotter brushes? That's what they call them. Yeah, those are, not terribly fabulous. They also have a tendency to get wiped out really fast. These last longer because of the longer bristles. Now, I mean, it really did a good job of this, where this goes into a tree. It literally turns into a malware tree there. Again, these were the kind of designs that I had sketched out years and years ago. It's just neat that GPT was able to kind of grasp that concept and then apply it to, well, potentially vastly different things like this. Let me get this. Oops. Careful there. Okay. More of that here, perhaps. Yeah. Since that line kind of goes right down into a tree there. Another tree over here. More of our leaves there. Now, let me see. I'm gonna try to actually put a little bit of texture in here. Believe it or not, there is texture in the dress, like that same sort of, I don't know, filigree type texture. I'm gonna stir it up. Let's do this on the darker edge of it here. So we're gonna take our violet here. Got that mixed up with our blue here. More of this violet, and that is the, what's that, blue violet. I mean, just, it's literally not a. There's not many fancy names for the Paul Rubens colors, right? Right, Camda? Have a play, please. Say hello to Artemichael, and of course, Artemichael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? So, Artemichael, are you mostly recovered now from all that craziness? I know that you had said in the last stream that reports of your demise were somewhat exaggerated. Not greatly exaggerated, just somewhat exaggerated. So now again, I'm using some violet here, and now we're starting to put a little bit of texture into this here. So hopefully you're getting further and further removed from your demise. I mean, as much fun as we have with pink color names, right, Camda, like, the Fanchon Red and are not Radiant this or whatever, it would probably be, well, although they do have the opera colors there. Yes, and why are they called opera colors? Is it because they're noisy, Camda? Is that why they call them opera colors? So, Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, you know what? This up here, same deal. This is basically a mid-tone here. It is not a dark. It is a mid-tone, but we can't have a super dark, for all intents and purposes, outline there. I mean, not with a white dress. That seems not correct, to put it mildly. So everybody check out some Tomb King's goodness from Art O'Michael. Go check that out. We put a little bit of the indigo in with that purple, violet, bluish sort of radiant color there. Great to see you again, Neshlin. Happy Friday. Armored Wolf, were any more shipments? Did it kind of change on some of the tracking info there? Or is it still kind of where we were at the start of the day? Obviously, even there, it's getting to be pretty close to Friday. What is it, 219 here? 219. And I do believe we have also dropped down into the 30s here. Now, keep in mind, unlike where surface tension is in Welshlandia, this is an urban environment here. So we still have, like the concrete island warming going on. So I'm pretty sure in the suburbs, and I don't think you have to go very far out in the suburbs, it would be in the 30s out there. Actually, I heard Mike, I would imagine for you there, like we've talked many times, it gets a little bit chillier out there than it does in any nearby urban areas by comparison. So again, now look at this. We have some undulations in our lights and darks here. There's some different colors in there now. We can see the blue and the violet now in the dress. Thanks, Nishlin. Appreciate that. So Nishlin, we got a whole passel of these all printed out and ready to go. We actually have two different ones of Eowyn. And then we have our Gandalf here. We've got even the Balrog right there. We got Theoden. We got Éomer. It's our Lord of the Rings tarot cards, Neshlin. A little more of a dark down in the okay. It's still hard to believe, Neshlin, just how new all of this is. I mean, this is very, 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 very new. Did not have this capability at all. I'm gonna scroll down on this. Yeah, it did actually. It reflected these plants up into the. Yeah, wow, look at that. It actually reflected the plants onto the mirror pool there. This is mind blowing in what it could do. And then it can frustrate you, right, Camda, by just it shows all that potential, and then it's like, nah, but how's about this? And you say, wait, what are you doing here? What are you doing? So again, tomorrow on stream, we're going to be painting up at least a few of our warg riders. I'll probably do at least two, maybe, I don't know about three, but we'll do at least a couple of them. I'll try to maybe do three. Part of it is actually, I do want one of those as maybe a little bit of a reference image for when I get to the army painting series. So we're trying to get some of the lighter foliage color in there. You know what? Speaking of foliage here, let me grab this color again. That should be a lighter green. There's maybe some up here too. Maybe a little bit up there. And then we do have, we got this mischief going on in here. Let me see what we can do with this. Again, sorry about the voice there. Between the filming and all these other communications, we've used the voice quite a bit. Now, let's see, was it 2:29? So in about a half an hour, we'll break out the fast matte white. And then what you think these highlights are bright, we can actually go lighter with those like super bright highlights, especially where we want to do the almost kind of shimmering filigree type stuff. That we'll be doing that with the, and it's from Gamblin. It just has a little bit more intensity in terms of white than the Paul Rubens version does. The nice thing about the Paul Rubens version is that it's much cheaper. Well, also the fact that it's still in production. That's always a plus, right, Camden? Because what's the best ability? Availability. Come on, there we are. So Neshla, I don't know if you had a chance to see the Army Showcase vid that's up on the YouTube channel. That was basically the very first test to see what is possible, what's going to work, what won't work. Much was learned making that video, and that's already being applied to the next one, or well, like the next 20 of them. And like I said earlier, there will be multiple of those of each army because we're not just doing the army, we're doing all of the terrain as well. Let me see if I can go one more step lighter with my green. Let me just grab the radiant green. We'll start breaking this down. Man, that still is getting a little bit gummy there, Camda, even with the thinner sitting in that. I'm going to have to throw me another little dab of thinner on there. So we're breaking down even lighter green, at least hopefully, an even lighter green here. It's also a little bit more towards the cooler side. It doesn't really have so much of the yellow in there. I mean, what is green anyway? It's blue and yellow mixed together. This has a little bit less of said yellow. It's also a little bit on the thin side. We're going to thicken this up a little bit. Now it's starting to turn into borderline pinline wash there. We don't want that. More teensy little leaves up here. Maybe even a few that work their way into this little cutout panel here. And this. Let me scroll up here. Is that part of a building or is that supposed to be part of a tree? Okay, so that is there a building there? That is just, okay, that's just part of the background. Just part of the background there. Few lights on the tops of those leaves there. let's not go any. I was tempted to go a little lighter there. I don't think we will. I think we will avoid going lighter there. Now over here, I think we might want to do a little something more with our leaves, but not quite this light. So now we're back to the oxide green. It's we're mixing up the oxide green with that sky blue. And that's another little nice, again, kind of a mid-range bluish green there. This part down here, it's going to be as light as that up there, but again, as you can see, I keep sticking my finger on the same thing. This and this, that'll be like probably the last two things that we do on this. Got some more going into there. And again, this is pretty much like a straight up mid-tone. It is not light, it is not dark. It's what we call them a mid-tone. It's sort of trapped in between. If you just kind of break it down to, okay, we got a value scale. 1 is your latest color, 10 is your dark. This is basically sitting at a 5. Things 1 through 3 tends to be your range of lighter colors. 4, 5, 6 mid-tones. And then your 7 through 10, those are your darker tones. You could potentially go 4 through 7 with your mid-tones, and then 8, 9, and 10 is darks. Or, your 7 is like a dark middle tone, that sort of deal. So yeah, this really, if this were a painting, we could obviously paint in all of the same stuff that we're doing right now. However, because it's three-dimensional, it has just this tiny little bit of its own shading. That's what's fascinating about this. Now, when you think about the bas reliefs that were on, say, the Parthenon, and those were mostly on the inside and then up around, at the top of the colonnade, the eave of the roof there. Those actually were like shockingly brightly painted. Yeah, there's not much of that left, but when you see true representations of what the Parthenon actually looked like, it's this garishly bright color, which is why the building was not received well at the time. If it was done in, well, what we mostly see now as white marble, it might have gotten a better reception at the time. Yeah, Pericles probably would have lasted a little bit longer. He kind of ended up the same way as, well, not quite the same way as Themistocles. Themistocles just got banished. Let me do this here. We'll wait on this. We'll wait on that. I'm going to now maybe a little bit of green in with that violet. Now let me see if I can get away with, and even this has a little teensy bit of green in it. Teensy little bits of green. I mean, it is 95% white with a tiny little bit of our green in there, basically. something in there. Yeah, a little bit of our light now on the cloth here, and then a little bit of, if I can lighten up this violet here, trying to do this tiny bit of reflected light. Also trying to work in a little bit of that filigree type to, yeah, now I'm starting to see it. Starting to finally see that little bit of filigree in the with the lights here. Let me, this big old chunk of something on the brush here. Let me get rid of that. That's, there we go. Now we're talking. More of that over here, getting down by the edge of our mirror pool. As I say, it's starting to have almost like a little bit of glinty stuff going on. It will be even more of that kind of lighter glinty stuff when we break out the fast matte white. But that's still a good 20-ish minutes away. We got a ways to go before we reach that. I might try to do a little more of the light on our buildings back here. Yeah, there we are. I'll try and get some of this on the shoulder. Also trying to think in terms of just that little hints of the filigree. Oh, picture time. I was just about to say, well, that probably wouldn't show up in the picture we last took. Well, we got to do this so we can keep saying, like, okay, here in this next little stage that we did this. Okay. I try really hard to keep these step-by-step pictures. So, Spotty is sure. I hope that all is well with you. I'm guessing things are still going okay with Mittens after that craziness with Twitch, right? I think hopefully Mittens has been doing okay. No more incidents with Twitch getting weird. Hey there, Irid. Nice to see ya. Happy Friday. So, Irid, you'll be doing your usual stream later today, 7 p.m. Pacific. Why don't you post your Pinterest link so people can give you a follow, and they will be all set for a fabulous jewelry stream at 7 p.m. Pacific tonight. There you go. There is the Pinterest link, so please give Iridican a follow. Hopefully Iridican Games has been able to work on some of those projects too. I know there was a little bit of an impasse and such, trying to really power through that on the projects that he's got going. Let me see here. I'm going to get a little bit more of the white in with our Naples yellow here. So I can make that border a little lighter there. So again, everybody say hello to Iridican Wife. Also do the follow thing. Oh, that's fantastic, Irid. That is fantastic. I don't really know if I can get all that much lighter than this. So whatever this is, because it needs to have a little hint of a color to it. Any lighter than this, it basically is just white. So I think that's pretty much as light as our border can really be up there. Now down here, however, I think we can do a little bit more stuffs. I can probably do some on that border too. Let me get back to this green here. Actually did throw a little bit of thinner on the brush. Whoops. Too much thinner there. Down here, because I don't think I'm going to be sticking my finger in that too much anymore. In the early portion of the paint session, it kind of was, but I don't think I'll be doing that. And again, these were all done myself. We didn't buy these somewhere. I just said I want to make flats for me, so I made flats for me. Implication here is that you could take images of your, let's say, your dog or cat or whatever, and do a design like this. You print it out, and there you go. You have a flat of your cat. What can be better than that? And yes, I just did that. I just went there. I think I can maybe start to lighten up the border around this side of it here. And I might still be sticking my finger on that. All of this stuff around here, I'm just going to wait. There is no point. This could be here a bit lighter though. Yep, let's get that going. Ah, that's better. Chuck in a couple of little lights over there, and now here, let me take some of this lighter green here. Yeah, get some of that over here too. I don't think I want the green for the... You know what, here, let me take a little touch of the Prussian blue, some of the sky blue, some of our indigo, and then do that. Yeah, the rooftops should maybe be a little different color. Let me try more of the sky blue here. Yep, better break this down. Give me a second there. And even this, it can only be so light, because if it's too light, we'll lose our the reflections of our trees there. I might still have to go even lighter on some of the trees. Let me see here. We'll take this. At least where the roots are going into the ground here. Let's do that. Got these to do, and then gotta start thinking about these reflections in the water. Like that. Also some here. Get you. Yeah, like that. Top of the fine, we'll get a little more light on the tops of the buildings here. Can't wait to paint the terrain. I already did most of the spraying of the essentially the Lothlorien tree houses. Yeah, let me try to pick up a little more light in our trees as we're getting closer and closer now to where I'll break out the the whitest of any white color that I could possibly throw out here. We're almost there. Was it 2:51? Yeah, so 10-15-ish minutes, then we'll break out the really light, and that's especially gonna go on the dress there for sure. You know what? I think maybe a touch more of our light up here. We never did get the bluish indigo color on the roof here. Let me grab a little touch of that, and that will go up there. Yeah, like that too. The lips, I'm thinking that upper lip, I want to go a little bit darker with that. Can I brought out the Perline Crimson for potentially doing this one over here. There's going to be a pre-glaze color for that. Let me scare up my reference here real quick. I think that actually, yeah, that makes it, oh yeah, glad I did that. Now this is one of those sculpted in details that actually need to soften, which means that's going to get filled in with essentially like a little bit of mid-tone right there. How's about we welcome Art of Mike Disney? How you doing there, Mike? Everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So, Mike, I hope that the miniature turned out real good. Hey there, Hex Slash. Nice to see you again. So, of course, Art of Michael, why don't you share some stuffs? Why don't you share some stuff? Actually, Art of Michael, Art of Mike Disney, I gotta send you some messages here. So, these flats, I think you saw some of the Instagram posts on those. Check this out. It's like we have our Lord of the Rings tarot cards here. So these are all flats that we basically created ourselves here. Got Durin's Bane, there's Theoden, there's Aemir and such. Now, here was the very first one, and this has only been like 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, well, like, yeah, like 15 days ago, I made this. So it's the same resin thing. I made this, we painted it up on stream, and then we started making more and more and more of these designs. Look at this. Now, I still haven't painted the summer one yet, but we created this whole four seasons type thing. And then last week on the stream, we did this. So a little Trench Crusade, and we even used our homemade metallic oil paints on that. So we'll probably next week we'll maybe be doing another Trench Crusade one there. Of course, this Monday was a little bit different. Doing our Battlestar Galactica ships right here. This was super fun. Really enjoyed it. Oh, and by the way, all of those panels, those aren't on there. All that Aztecing, that was, yeah, all this is painted on. That does not exist. That was just smooth. There was nothing there. All that shape was painted on. Everybody, please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. And of course, Mike, why don't you share? Why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat? We're using oil paints on this 2 hours and 55 minutes ago. Well, this is what it looked like because it was just primer. And here's another one of our flats again. So these are all totally homemade. Made these 100% myself. Also doing the stuff with the Eldritch Foundry. Oh, geez, I don't know if you saw the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Well, figures, we did a couple of those. No problem. Actually, Mike, if you wanted to share some older stuff, that's no problem. That is not a problem. But also, too, like, I'll have to try and get you these. These are the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears that we made, and I'll be painting some of these on the Saturday stream, and then on Kathy's birthday, that's when we'll paint up the new Kathy miniature that I'm sculpting right now. Obviously, these are the tribute figures. No problem there, Mike. No problem. So, Mike, well, I'm sure that the stream was super fun. Now, was it strictly painting the miniature, or did you kind of go back and forth between miniatures and doing the video games there? I know you've done that on a couple of streams. Kind of say, okay, we've been painting a while. How's about we do some video games? Now, that's great, Erda Mike Disney. Let me do this. It is. It's funny that you're streaming, this late because, well, it's yeah, it's 3:51 for you. Because the streams for me just keep getting later and later and later and later. Again, that's not exactly how I was hoping that would work out. It's just kind of worked out that way. That's fantastic. And again, everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow, so that you don't miss any more of the Marvel United figures. Let me get this going here. Yeah, there we are. So yeah, that Eldritch Foundry stuff, it's incredibly powerful because I was also able to sculpt bust. Oh, that's the other thing. I want to sculpt a bust of Kathy there because while I did turn the miniature into a bust in the slicer. Oh, this is another thing too. Yeah, the one part of this that's proving to be adventurous is making the actual STL files. Making the artwork, the bas reliefs, the height maps, all that kind of stuff, that tends to work out pretty well. The thing that is inconsistent at best is making the STL files. 1 minute GPT does a fantastic job of it, and then it goes like a week where it just can't do anything. It's like, wait a minute. We have all the parameters set. You said this is exactly what you need, these particular steps. We have done all of those steps, and yet the results are not there. I guess that's just kind of the way of things when it comes with all the GPT things, all all the AI stuff is just going to be 1 minute working great, the next minute it doesn't work at all. I wonder if I need to go back to some really dark stuff again before we break out the super light. No, first here, let's get my reference down here. Yeah, we need to carve out a little bit more of this here tree. Let me get the indigo with some Prussian blue. Sometimes, in order to have light, you must have dark. You must have some dark here. Hey, Grand Oracle, how you doing? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Hopefully you'll get a chance to check out the new video, probably tomorrow. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, and as you heard, Grand Oracle, right, we're still kind of trying to figure out, okay, what in the world, how do we make these consistently now? That, like you heard me talking about, that image to STL website has been working. Again, even there, the results will be mixed, but it's real fast. I mean, I have to say, it's very, very fast. And actually, I think Grand Oracle, that's probably what you'll be seeing in the next painting flats video is probably going to be me going to that site, and I might be able to do it the same way we've been doing the Eldritch Foundry stuff. So yeah, don't be surprised if that might just be the next video. Let me see if I can't put in this a little bit more. Now, Grand Aura, hopefully everybody is now finally recovered from all of the mischief there as far as people catching bugs and stuff. I know that's been lingering on a little bit longer than you originally expected. Let me see. So we're now at hour number 3. I haven't had a chance to look for any, what would you say, random caches of fast mat white there, Grand Oracle. I meant to say look on eBay or just. I actually didn't think to look on Hobby Lobby to see if maybe they have a couple of tubes or whatever just kind of around. I guess, Grand Oracle, we also have to start becoming more and more aware of potential, I don't want to say Black Friday sales on Dick Blick, but maybe just more of a generalized winter sale or something like that. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. This one, Camda, it is, I mean, every single millimeter of this thing has some kind of sculpted stuff somewhere. It's really, really, really different than, well, I guess it is more closer to the Trench Crusade one that we did. If you look at that, I mean, there is pretty much sculpted stuff everywhere. And this is, I think you could say it is more along the lines of that. These, they're kind of fun to do because, well, I don't have to go through don't have to do the whole drawing part first. I can just go directly to the painting. Normally, that's somewhere between the first 5 to 25 minutes of our 2D art streams is doing the drawing phase. Yeah, fine. We'll throw a little bit of that dark over there. Just trying to, again, maybe emphasize a little bit more of a line there. You can see in our reference thing there were some strong-ish outlines, and that's kind of a typical Muka thing. I did that with my drawings too. Say that the figure itself would have a very strong outline around it, and then these background elements would have very little, if any, of those super strong kind of outlines like that. And I don't know if you saw the pre-glazed part of this Grand Oracle. It was very simple. It was phthalo green, mostly phthalo green, and the Williamsburg Van Dyke brown. There was a little bit of Mars black in there too, but I mean, I basically probably could have just gone perline black for the pre-glaze on this, and it would have been fine. That probably, I mean, because perline black has a decent amount of staining to it. Get my camera over here. I think it's we're gonna do another picture because we were able to kind of carve out the tree, some of the buildings. There we go. Now let me get that fast matte white because now we are in hour number 3 here. So I think I have one untouched tube of this Grand Oracle. Now this of course is lasting way longer because most of the stuff we're doing with the Paul Rubens Alkyd White. What's really strange is that is this the Winsor Newton version? The Winsor Newton Alkyd White I don't know, it's weird. There's something weird about the Winsor Newton Alkyd White. I have like 2 tubes of it, but it doesn't even seem to work as well as say the Paul Rubens. And I have no idea why. It makes no sense. It should work at least as well as the Paul Rubens. The other Winsor Newton Alkyds work very, very well. So now here, look at that. That is much brighter. Look at that. So have a good night's sleep there, Mike Disney. I'm sure you have to. Well, now it's really late there, or really early, however you want to look at it. Oh, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. I really never expected to do that. I'm not sure if you saw all the spacescapes. Well, we call them multiscapes because we were actually painting 4 of them. Yes, 4 of them at any one time. And that got pretty wild, painting 4 spacescape, 4 2D paintings in one stream. Yeah, there we go. It's just got that extra little bit, and now you can see it's kind of giving that little bit of shimmery sparkle to the dress there. Hopefully it will do the same on the sleeves here. Looks like it is. We might even throw a little bit of it on the hair, for sure on her little tiara here, crown, whatever. Get that side. Ooh, not too much. We're going to end up filling in all of those lines there. We don't want to do that. A touch more on the side of the face, a little bit on the lips there. So working. And our Gandalf one, that's going to be really fun. There's a lot of little details in the hair. We've got ourselves a hobbit hole there. We got the Misty Mountains over here. You got Gandalf and his cart over here. So there should be a lot of fun details on that. Because again, we don't have enough Gandalf stuff. So surely we need to do more Gandalf miniatures and Gandalf flats. Let me do the same deal here, trying to get a little bit light on that now. Maybe also down here, or up here. Let's start up here on the Elvish rating. Less paint though. Let's get rid of some of that. I think it did a really nice job on the Elvish rating here too. And it did the same stuff on the Arwen flat too. And some really nice Elvish rating there. Or I guess Sindarin, maybe that's what you would call it. Let's do that here. And in here. So Landrest, hopefully a super fun game session there. Again, I know normally you're at the theater, so to speak, on Thursdays, but not a bad change of pace. A little something different there. Going to hit this real hard now that we've got our latest light, because that's what we're talking about. This tree here, going to really hammer away at this thing. Let's get that shimmery reflection down here. Well, that sounds fantastic, Landrast. Now again, one of these, either Flat Thursdays or Armada Mondays, I already have a bar relief of this. This was our Flat Thursday from maybe 4 weeks ago. That is a hypothetical battle between USS Constitution and HMS Victory. So this will be another flat that we will create. I think that one's going to be at least this size, maybe bigger, especially because it's a horizontal format. That's another reason why these are somewhat smaller, because, well, as we like to say, they're vertical. And to get them to fit on screen, well, guess what? They can't be too big if they're going to be vertical. Now that's what tool belts are for, right, Landrast? Okay, we'll get these trees reflected in here. More reflections of our malware trees. Yeah, I think that's what the instructions say on the box, right, Landrast? Get a couple little light things on the. I mean, we don't want this to be like a raging sea, or it is supposed to be kind of a gentle little pond or something like that. Don't want to go too bonkers with that. Alright, yeah, let's do more of that. Now, Landress, with some of these projects out of the way, is it back to the Schmeish Marines again? Back to the blue guys? What's the What's the latest thing that Highland Miniatures has going on? I think I actually did download most of the recent batch of Highland Miniature stuff. Oh, there you go, Landrast. There you go. Was that a 5-stream streak? You just got to be careful where you do that. Some places frown upon that in public. Let's do the Van Dyke Brown and a little bit of our Phthalo Green again. This is not so much about dark, it's actually as much about a little bit of the intensity of that Phthalo Green color here. Well, that's what individual minis are, right? They are projects. Yes, it's like what's your big project? That's like it's this guy. Now again, I think ironically enough, some of Diwali's recent releases were some casualties for Knights of Dol Amroth of all things. Now there's here. Let me slip this darker green in around. Yeah, see that letter? We kind of lost that letter a little bit. Yeah, Landrast. I'm just real glad that that's gotten all kinds of positive reactions. It's definitely looking super cool, and it's all about the basing, right, Landrast? More basing, more better. Now here, you can really see. You can see some of that phthalo green. It's kind of like when we do a. It's not a glaze of Indian yellow, because Indian yellow is so translucent. You just got to paint the stuff on there. It looks like a glaze, because it is that translucent of a color. And phthalo green is kind of in that same neighborhood. What's another one? Oh, quinacridone magenta. That's another one. Quinacridone magenta is in that kind of hyper translucent kind of color realm there. So that much more of a victory then, since well nobody else could be bothered, right? Again, just a little bit of something on your bases. For other, I keep trying to tell folks, it does make a big difference, right, Landrast? Now here, I'm going to try and get, this is some of our phthalo green on here. So we got kind of a light, dark, mid-tone thing going in. Yeah, Landrast, I guess, well, I don't know. Do you think it's the... I know there's like, okay, there's round basers and square basers. Are hex basers that even like a whole nother category unto themselves, Landrast? I'm doing the same thing here. I'm basically taking that phthalo green and now just gently brushing that over some of these leaves here, and it's not so much about darkening them, it's giving them that nifty sort of high chroma bluish green, because well, that's again, phthalo green is a very bluish green. So now we've been, what's it, 3 hours, 18 minutes in? Yep, 3 hours, 18 minutes in. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that being the case for sure, Landrast. I think I've done at least a couple of hex spaces. Yeah, at least a few. let me do this down here as well. Again, that's just brushing that phthalo green over the top of it. And you know, I'm gonna here. Let me. We will respect the Umbar once again. A little bit of that burn. We're breaking it down here. I guess we still gotta break it down some more. That is somewhat darker, but it is more about the intensity of the colors. It's almost like what we were doing with the phthalo green, except we're doing it on the hair now. Up here as well. Let me grab this. And up here on the top parts of the hair. Ooh, yeah, there we are. Now I think the ear definitely comes forward. No, we got to hit the light stuff on the side of the ear again. 1 second here. Let me try this. Okay, now our separation's really there. Okay. Now some of our really light stuff here on the back to our mirror pool thing, because we put that darker stuff right on the tree. Now we're going to try to go with the latest stuff on that tree here. Like so. There. Also here. So get little teensy reflections on the water and the metal here. I think we're gonna have another. Yeah, let's go with the Payne's Gray. Because we almost kind of gonna have to reflect some of this stuff here. I'll use you as a blending brush here. So that's starting to look a little bit more metallic because of all of our reflections here. Maybe a little lighter in that area again, because maybe it's reflecting the dress a little bit. And then right there, so see the sleeve now is reflected into the mirror pool itself. Get that out of the brush. Back to our really light stuff here. Tree reflection in that. The edge of our mirror pool again, trying to have this whole like chain of highlights that comes down like so. Doing this stuff again with our lightest light to try and create these little bits of shimmering whatevers. Get a little touch of that over here. Okay, and we'll do some more of that. On this sleeve, yeah, let's get this sleeve a little bit later over here. Let's do that. Touch more like so. Is nice. Okay, again, a little more shimmering along the edges of the cloak there. Oh, maybe another picture here. I know that when you see the step-by-step images, say on the Instagrams or whatever, the early stages tend to there's much more, what would you say, dramatic change from one image to the next than there is in these later images. You almost have to really, it's almost like it's like a Where's Waldo or something like that. Okay, what was changed in these later images? Now we're talking about the latest light in the hair. And just these couple of key spots here where the light really catches it. Like, there we go. Yeah, like that. More here. Little bit of reflected light on the neck right there. Maybe a teensy tiny bit of reflected light on this. It might help to separate it from the backdrop a little bit there. Yeah, okay, that works. That works just fine. Like, that's a little too much, dear. Maybe, yeah, I'm gonna try. There we are. A little bit of reflected light on the hair. This building up here, I need to catch some lights on the top of this too. Well, as much edges as lights. I mean, it's not really that much lighter. Just trying to clean things up. Drop it that way, yep. And there. Fine, we'll lighten this up a little bit too. Come back with my dark here. We'll use the Van Dyke Brown. I want to make sure that edge stays sharp there. what about along the back of this? Where the hair is meeting the back. Oh, we lost a little bit of the yellow on the hair. Oh, Mars Yellow Deep should probably do that. Speaking of mid-tones, oh geez, there's a whole big glob of stuff on that brush. There we are. Okay, fine. Maybe a little touch of our... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so a little bit of hair, we just, I don't know, somehow that got wiped out down there. So now we're 3.5 hours in. 3.5 hours ago, it was exactly this primer. Just red-brown primer from Steinrose. I just brushed it on. I mean, it's a flat. There's no zenithal or anything like that. You can see the brush marks on there. It does not matter because we're covering with oil paints, which, well, guess what? Those are very opaque. Even the light, well, especially the lightest colors. Actually, that's the interesting thing about oils. The lighter the colors you go, the more opaque it gets. Pretty much anything that's a light color in oils will be opaque. There's a couple of exceptions. Indian yellow is one of those. It's a relatively light color that is hyper translucent. But usually, your lighter colors tend to be, well, like our radiant colors, where they're very, 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 very opaque. Did I say very enough times? Let me chuck in some more. This here, yep. That's again got some of the bluish green. We had a lot of the yellowish green. You know what? That needs to be a little bit more of the mid-tone green back in here. So again, you can see the original image over there. We've accentuated especially the darker middle tones and darks. The highlights are about in the same place. We also changed up some of the colors too. So on the dress, they went a little bit more with greens and kind of a yellowish, a little bit of tan and such in there. Whereas here, this is more, we went more with the violet there in the dress color because I figured that was going to show up more, right, against all of these greens. Then, well, more green. Yep, pop this zone here. I think that structure stands out a little bit more. We don't want it to be so much again that it just kind of wipes out the face next to it. We don't want that. In fact, I might chuck a little more of our highlights on the face here. But that's, I'm gonna go back to the lips here. Let me get this Windsor red. Okay, yeah, that was a big old white blob there. I had to at least take like the bottom edge off of it somehow. And now we're also going to just get a little bit of that rosy color here onto the skin. Now here I'm going to go lighter with the skin tone on the hand. Yeah, let me just grab maybe this. We will break that down too. Yeah. And a little bit of the white work its way into that. Yeah, okay, the knuckles looking a little later. That is too light for reflected light. And that makes a big difference. Again, that helps to pull that out and also give it more turn. We would be doing that if this was just a 2D painting, as in like pure 2D. This is 2D-ish, 2D light. Let me see if I can. Here, I'm gonna break this down some more. Still breaking it down. Gonna go after now some more of the borders over here, especially this on the bottom. I think we're all right down here. This I'm probably still gonna be sticking my finger on there, so I'm still not doing that. That's again one of the last things we'll be doing, but I think now it's at least safe to do this part down here again. It's gonna have some thinner in it, but not too much. This is doing a lot less blending, or mixing, sorry, with what's underneath, because this has had, well, potentially now hours to set. And most of everything has been wiped off of there too. So you can see the difference right between this side and this side over here. That wasn't where that was supposed to go. We'll have to come back and rework that a little. You know, I might even get some of that into the foliage here. Yeah, we can, I think we can go a little bit later in some of our stuff there. Now that we've got this like lightest light next to it, that other stuff starts to look at least like a mid-tone, if not almost a dark. So we can, like some of the stuff we did up in here, we can start to do that down here, I think, is as well. Lighten up some of those greens. More of it here. Alright, we got that now. I want see if I put too much of the darks in these buildings, then they're really gonna start to stand out. We don't want those to come too far forward. They're supposed to be background elements. Yes, they're background elements for a reason. Alright, let me see if we can go a little dark there, and now let me see if we can get some more of these lighter green. Here we go, like this. It's got that kind of bluish, greenish, whatever to it. Yeah, now that we've got this really light stuff next to it, I feel like we can do some of that here. Come on, there we go. And anything else? There we are. Okay, we got that now. This too. Even lighter, which might also have some of the yellow in it. Okay, so we got this. It's got some yellow. We will mix that with our green here. And yeah, this should be significantly lighter than what we just did. But again, still towards the green. Ah, there we are. Yeah, that's just been kind of missing down here. Again, I'm basically sticking my finger in that, as you can see. Now we don't have to worry about that so much anymore. Got it. A little bit of it there. Hey, TBO Hobbies, how you doing? Great to see you. Happy Friday. So TBO, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Again, great to see you there. I hope that all is well. And again, this is not a 2D painting like we do on our usually on our flat Thursdays. This is a flat, so we're technically, even though it's not as flat, we're actually putting the flat into Flat Thursday. So TBO, it's usually almost always the same. Yeah, well, we got a lot of them out here. We got our Mars Yellow Deep, we got the Indian Yellow, and of course, well, like you and I talked about a bunch, right? Landrast, the key to golds is, well, not yellows. It's all the other things that are essentially not yellow, like greens and violets. So things like sort of like a radiant violet mixed with maybe a little bit more of, say, an Egyptian violet, and then the kind of the greenish grays, and then the Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa mixed with Indian yellow. Now, of course, this has object source lighting on it, but here, let's go to the side that doesn't. So again, you can see there's like some greens in there. You can really see the green reflected in there. And then see that's more of an orangey Terra Rosa type of thing. So that's going to be very important for your golds. Because if gold's shiny, it means it's going to be reflecting all this stuff around it. And I think the Smurfs gold worked out pretty well, didn't it, Landrast? Yeah, there you go. There's a weird story for you, Landrast. Smurfs gold. It's like what kind of a story is that? It's like some kind of weird children's story or something. I don't know. Okay. TB. Oh, do I have it here? I don't know if I've got it sitting out here or not. I don't see it there. Don't see it there. Is it over here? But actually, on the Patreon page. Oh no, that's not him. On the Patreon page, of course, they did that, and of course, we got lots of all of our Tomb King stuff. Look at that. So anything that's Tomb Kings-esque, that would certainly have a bunch of it on there for you. I mean, we have done tons and tons and tons of golds. And it's one of the chapter studies video. Oh, here it is. Here it is. How the heck did he get over there? So there you go. That's one of our chapter studies. Bingo. He should go in here with some of the other, well, chapter studies guys. There you go. So yeah, check out that. And again, that's got plenty of gold on it, to say the very least. Now, again, this might end up getting wiped off anyway, but I need to do this here because I need to see what this is looking like. Much like over here. Ooh, let me get some of that radiant green in there just to shift this just a tiny bit. Okay, I'm breaking that down. There we go. So it's got a little bit of the greenishness to it. No problem there, TBO. And again, TBO, you may want to share some stuff in the chat, like, some of the other commission stuff you've been doing, whatevs, please go ahead and do that. Nah, let me get all that. There's a big old clump of something on that brush. Alright, well, see how that really does change that around, doesn't it? I'm going to lighten up this a little more now, too. Oh, here's another thing. I don't know if any. Gosh, was it Oliver Space? Was it somebody did STL files of a few different kind of like decorative things? So you had like the typical plinth slash backdrop for painting backdrops on a figure. They also had like a drop, not a drop box. Oh yeah, shadow box, right? One of those frames that's kind of set in deep. Uh, I have to look and find that now. Of course, I would like to do a simpler one that I could actually print out on the FDM printer, but it basically make frames for these. Now it wouldn't like go right up to the edge of this. It would maybe I don't know, ½ inch max away or something like that. Uh, if anybody knows of somebody that's got again relatively simple frames that could be printed out, not too ornate, that is something that I want to do for these flats here, because I thought, well, that could potentially look really nifty. So everybody check out that TikTok link there that TBL Hobbies just shared. Check that out. Actually, TBL, what is the... gosh. I found out that it seems like Instagram kind of has a limit on how long any sort of videos you post there can be. I wasn't sure what the maximum time limit there is on TikTok videos. I would imagine it doesn't like anything longer than 10 seconds, but I don't know. I've never posted anything to TikTok, so I don't know. Oh, okay, so maybe that's what Instagram ran up against. I don't think that was not a 30 gig No, that was definitely not a 30 gig video. That was only 3 minutes and something seconds long. Even my 2-hour videos aren't 30 gig. They're a hefty amount. They're up there, but I don't think they're quite 30 gig. And that was definitely not a 2-hour video I was trying to post there. Nah, that is... Well, okay, I'm going to keep going with that, but maybe a little bit more of the Naples yellow there. A little more of it. I was only wondering there, TBO, because I was thinking, maybe it's another place I could post the Army Showcase vids. And yeah, it's definitely looking like there's going to be multiple videos for each army, because there's no way. I would have thought, oh, we could, yeah, a 3.5, 4 minute video, that's more than enough to cover the army, the terrain of it. Nope. I mean, even that Denethor White Tree diorama thing, that was a good 3.5 something minutes long, and it was hard to. I didn't even really get to show the individual fountain court guard. So yeah, TBL. Again, they would be only a few minutes long tops. I'm not actually on TikTok right now. That's why I asked. Never really posted anything to there. I don't even remember the last time I've seen a TikTok video. Maybe, oh yeah, that might have been one like, okay, it was being shown on Instagram or something. Or maybe it might have been an ad. It seems, it seems TBL that some folks are using TikTok to do advertising. I don't know if that's as prevalent as it was recently. Now, again, everybody, please check out that link that the TBL Hobbies just shared, and be sure to follow TBL Hobbies there. And Erin, why don't you post your Pinterest link one more time before you head off to sleep? There, I know it's late. It's 3:44 here. So have a good night there. And again, Erin's going to be streaming 7 p.m. Pacific. So go check that out. And there you go. To look at that Pinterest link, do the follow thing, and well, let's see. Just a matter of hours from now, Erin White will be streaming again. I will be streaming again too. Well, later on tonight. And I believe we will be streaming some more of our Wolves of Isengard. That's what I need, is this stuff down here. I'm like, we don't have enough of our yellow in there. Now we do. Now we got some of the yellow that we need. So good night there, Erin. Have yourself a fantastic night's sleep. What do we have working up here? We're gonna do this. More light along this line. Maybe even these guys over here. Bring in more of our light this way. More there, okay. I might try to scare up a few more of our teensy tiny leaves in here. Again, it'll be easier to do the future flats in this series, because now I'm kind of getting a little. See, yeah, I'm already taking some of the paint off of there. Did I not predict such things? It was foretold in the future. It should be a message. I'm not the commission stuff. Not really is. It's not really back online just yet. But you can always shoot me email, right? TBO. You could shoot me an email there. You could shoot me an Instagram message or Messenger on Facebook. Actually, well, you could even just should all else fail, you could send me a message by the Patreon page, because it does let you do a DM, right? Yeah, it lets you do a DM. So that's another, again, if all else fails, you can try that. But again, there's email, and then there's, which actually you should be able to do via the Patreon page. It should have my email address, I think. But otherwise, Instagrams, I mean, you've seen the Instagram post. You can shoot me a message there. Ooh, let me do this here. Can we put some of that up here? I don't want to put too much of that down here. Kind of putting this up more by the face there. TBO, I'm also hoping, speaking of the Patreon page, is to have basically a Dropbox folder with these files in it, so that you can snag them that way, try and print them out yourself. Now again, the files, they are not going to be like perfect files or something like that. Well, actually, Landrest, how many times have you and I had to like repair a file that we paid for on My Mini Factory or whatever? So yeah, they will not be 100% pure, fantastic files. You'll have to maybe resize them or whatever. But essentially, they'll just be part of the Patreon page. Thanks, TBL. Appreciate that. But yeah, okay, so here's an example. All right. If you want to paint along with this, you can't unless you have the file, because it only exists on my computer right now. There's no one else but me has this file. So that's got to go again on a Dropbox with all the other stuff, and then that way people can grab it and try to print that out. And this is another one we're going to be doing a Trench Crusade themed flat on the Patreon page next. Alright, let's do this here. Yeah, more of that. Now, Landrest, was it just going to be kind of a chill hobby night thing at Shea Landrest for Friday and Saturday? Wasn't sure if M-Tellies was going to be on the road at another Collecticon or anything similar. Yeah, TBL, I'm hoping to take a whole bunch of my paintings, and I mean, okay, here, obviously, this is one that I already did a height map for. This is one that I'm hoping to turn into a flat. And then let me scroll way the heck up here. Now these might be really complicated for doing flats, but there's here. I guess I gotta keep scrolling here. We're almost there. We go. That. So turning that into a flat. Those, I guess they could be flats. That might be interesting. Not you. Oh, this is there we go. Something like that into a flat and see how that works. Or this, I guess that could also be a interesting flat right there. I mean, they're already done. Those paintings already exist. I would just have to again turn them into a flat and then ready for painting. Now again, that's got much more of the bluish green in it, which I'm actually going to chuck some of that into here also as a little extra reflection. And again, that is will be available on the Patreon page. So the folks, man, you do that the $15 Army Painter pledge level. Not only are you getting about 2,500 hours worth of tutorial vids. Well, now you're going to be getting potentially STL files. Oh, also, yeah, the Eldritch Foundry stuff too. Yes. I'm actually sculpting miniatures that will be in the first ever army painting series, but just using figures that I made myself. That'll be a first. That's probably going to be series 49. I just have to finish the sculpting on those and then obviously do the printing of that. So yes, soon to come will be more and more miniatures sculpted by me, and those files, guess what? Those are also going to go into that Dropbox folder, most likely Dropbox, because I have a Dropbox, been paying for it, and I just, well, it needs to We should be putting more stuff on there. Was not intending to ever just like do any kind of my mini factory stuff and sell files. That's not really what this is about. It's really supposed to be tied into the Patreon page and tutorials. Now, Eldritch Foundry will be, oh gosh, I think December, January was kind of the time frame they were giving me. Ooh, let me get some more green over here. For some of the basing stuff that they're working on that I asked them to. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Green reflected in there, sleeve reflected in there. You know what? I'm going to get me a little bit of the green reflected into the water over here too. Because reasons. Touch more of it over here. Yeah, you know, I'm going to get me a little more green into the water here. Let me look at the bottom of this here. Okay, so we don't want to go too, let's not go too dark with the edges of the water on this here. Man, there's actually another little house back here. I thought that was more trees. That is a little house. Wow, that really put a ton of detail, and I gotta say, this did not do too bad capturing that detail. So you know that was it, image to stl.com. I'm thinking that's going to be part of the next video. TBL just for the basing stuff alone, right? I mean, even if you never 3D printed an actual miniature, I could have a printer going, well, like you say, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just printing basing bits. And really nothing else. Even if I never printed a miniature. Well, I mean, even, okay, something, you know, as simple as the Kathy miniature birch tree and the oxalis plants. It's interesting. It's getting harder and harder for me to use like grass tufts on things. 1 second, let me find where that thing fell. There it is. Okay. Get you back up there. I think that's it. I think that is it. TBL Hobbies. Again, it only does bas reliefs, and you really should probably be working with a height map there first instead of just a raw color image. And there's lots of little weird settings on there that you have to kind of play around with. And the file that it creates will be physically tiny. So this right here, I had to blow it to get it to this size. I had to blow it up 1,010%. That's not an exaggeration. It was 1010. That was 1,010. Now this one here that Recoil did, to get it to only be that size, which is this set, that was over 2,000%. It was 2,300%. So again, is it perfect? It is most definitely not perfect, but then again, I've purchased plenty of STO files, some of which are actually almost unprintable, or there's parts of it missing. So that is definitely TBL, something that I think you could execute there with that image to STL. Now again, I will probably be doing a Patreon video on that because now that I've been making those Eldritch Foundry videos, I already have a setup there for recording stuff that you're doing on the screen, as opposed to like this, the camera recording when I'm painting. It's only one machine I can do that with. And it really doesn't work for too many things. I figured something like the Eldritch Foundry, you gotta use it. TBL, I'm sure you could actually, well, even things like GPT create scripts. So if you wanted to do an Imperial Knight shoulder pad or some kind of insignia on that, you could have GPT create the script for you, and then you would drop that into Blender or Mixer. I don't know how to do that, so I don't do that, but other folks that do that might be able to. And I wish I had that knowledge of at least a little bit of Blender or Mixer, but there's been no time for that. You know what? I think I'm gonna hit this a little. Yeah, let's make that a little lighter along that edge. That makes a little more sense there. Kind of utilizing a little bit more of our fast mat. Well, geez, we've crossed the 4-hour plateau. I didn't even realize it. Oh, how's about a picture here? How's about a picture? Especially, I don't think we even had a picture with our border complete. Let's do that. Oh yeah, by the way, these little crazy little plexiglass blocks here, they come in all kinds of different sizes. Those are fabulous for photography. Man, I especially with okay things like Instagram stuff that's got to be a square. If you're going to take pictures of multiple figures, the only way you can go is up. So it lets you basically do a little skyscraper of miniatures. Yeah, let me. That kind of wiped out my shadow there on that one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I will try to get a little more light down here. You know what? This should. No, I don't think up there. Get rid of that. Some of this green. Ah, here we are. Some of this green. Yeah, that's way too thin. That was gonna drop into a pin line wash there. There we go. So this texture that's on here is actually, it's basically these leaves reflecting on the surface there, and this is actually a shadow then of the mirror pool on the table, ground, whatever that is. So there's again a little bit of our green reflection there. I'm going to put a little bit more of my indigo into this. Let me clean that edge up plus this one, and now we're going to make this a little darker up here. I will make sure there's not too much thinner in that. Yeah, it's kind of. This brush is starting to get beat up a little bit. It probably in a week or so it'll be retired from frontline service and go to kind of a support role where it's kind of doing the more super control pinline washes and such. Camden, I'm glad that re-entry was not quite as much of a burn up there, so to speak. It, I mean, it kind of seems, I don't want to say necessarily best case scenario, but at least good case scenario, right, Camden? It's funny, Camden, after doing all the other ones, this one, this is the first one I've done, obviously, of a recognizable character. All the other stuff we've done is just like whatever. But here we've got, Lothlorien, we got Galadriel, we got mirror pools, we got all this other stuff that's, well, in my head, I got images of what that should look like. Whereas the Trench Crusade stuff, it's like, as long as it's vaguely Byzantine and World War One, it's like we're all good. It's Yeah, it's a bit like the other stuff is a bit like horseshoes or hand grenades. Close enough is good enough, but here with the Lord of the Rings stuff, you're like, well, you don't want it to look like Schmobitz or Schmaladriel or whatever. Ooh, actually, Camda. No, I won't be cruel and give you homework for that. I need to do a Dark Queen Galadriel version of this. Yes, we need to do. Well, I mean, here, well, we got the printing goes ever on version, but yeah, we need to do a Dark Queen Galadriel version of this. Oh, that would be an interesting little side by side, right, Camda, with the Lothlorien frozen over. Oh man, I'm now, wow, I'm all chuffed about that because what do we have? Right, we have our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. Guess what colors we're gonna paint it? Like so. Yes, for our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. Nah, yeah, no problem there, Camda. That will be fresh in my head. So I, you don't have to pull off to the side of the road and send me a reminder message. Now the one thing, Cam, if you know of any kind of STL file frames or something like that, obviously I'll do some searches. I got to remember to search Thingiverse and such too, and not just My Mini Factory or Colts 3D. Actually, TBL, what might be interesting and obviously not take terribly long would be okay. Let's say we have 15 photos here, and we just do a video where we basically morph the 15 photos, work step by step by step into each other. That would be like a 15-second video, maybe 20 tops, right, TBL? Because you want to kind of pause on the finished one, maybe longer. So, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst 20-second TikTok video, would it? And I think I'll just edit those in my usual, editing program or something like that. Maybe stick some tunes on it. Actually, now if the design works out, if I can make it look the way I want, we'll paint that. Oh, we could next Thursday, yes, because well, actually next Thursday is Halloween. Well, no, that'll be next Friday. So next Thursday should be what, the 30th? Yes, and well, and that's kind of Halloween themed, right? TBL. I mean, it's Dark Queen Schmaladra. That's scary. Yeah, TBL. I guess. Well, I guess first things first. I got to be on TikTok, so we'll have to. I never created an account for that. I don't know how. Well, I guess what would you say? What's the discovery on that? Right, like you know, Twitch is kind of a much more discoverable platform than say YouTube. I would guess that Instagram is a more discoverable platform than say Facebook is. Facebook has a tendency to just kind of preach to the choir. You know what? We need a little dark down here to define a few shapes, I think, because we went kind of light, then we went mid-tone. We'll come back again with maybe some of our dark down here. Yeah, we will have to give that a try then. That could be very fun. I think we're good here. just try a couple more little. There. Oh yeah, right up against the crown. Too much paint. Too much paint. Get rid of some of that. That was an edge. They got a bit fuzzed up. We needed to make that edge a little sharper. Nope, there's just not enough paint on there. Now we've got it. Okay, now I think that crown stands out just enough. I'm liking this dark green over here. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. Essentially reflecting what is there. Alright, here, let's take some of that. Ooh, there we go. Look at that. It's starting to look more and more metallized. Doing the same thing here again with that bit of reflection there. Nah. So this, again, this is kind of a retired frontline service brush here. It's perfect for doing that. It's no good for painting any kind of detail lines, but it is good for that. Thanks TBO. That would be a big help instead of just kind of wandering through the wilderness, wouldn't you say? Yeah, don't want to wander through the wilderness. I know that, what is it, that not all who wander are lost, according to your Lord of the Rings stuff, but it's very inefficient. Okay, yeah, a little more depth of detail on some of these buildings here. It's those kind of, well, just like with resin printing, right, TBO, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff that you said, it would have been really neat if I knew that before I started, doing all the 3D printing. I still think my 3D printing series on the Patreon page is really more just 2-hour rants of things that, geez, I wish I knew this before I started doing this. The things you wish you knew. It's another line we're going to try to strengthen there. Okay, that's good. Maybe hit this again. And that's where the liner brush helps. Not because, okay, it's for lines. It holds a decent amount of paint because the bristles are longer, unlike those spotters. I mean, here's one. Look at that. It's like a third the length of the bristles. This thing gets wiped out. One painting session can destroy that. This thing has many, many hours behind it. And I mean, we're talking some rough hours, like really, really heavy-duty abuse on that thing. And it only cost $5.30 max. Now, if you kind of are, shall we say, if you keep stalking the Dick Blick website, sometimes you can find them for $4.50 or something like that. Maybe about $4.85. That should be a little darker there. Okay, good. Now these leaves stand out a bit more. Actually, Camda, I'm gonna need to Google this because, well, I've never seen Game of Thrones, never read Song of Ice and Fire, but aren't there like 2 or 3 dragons or something, right? Because I think we painted these up on stream. These are like the baby versions of them, right? Those 3 dragons there. I was thinking, well, what if we were to do something like this of those? That might be interesting. I don't know if a Celtic design around the outside or keeping it more just a generic Art Nouveau design around the outside of it. Or we do, much like we did our, where's our Minas Tirith one? Okay, so we do one of like, was it Winterfell or something like that? We do something like this, but of Winterfell, I guess. I got my knowledge of Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones stuff. That is, well, only pretty much relegated to what I researched when I do all of the miniatures. Because those, when I was doing those, everything had to be done according to the books, not what you see on the TV show. Because the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures are basically, they're only from the books, not the TV shows. So all imagery had to be from that. Yeah, I think it would have an easy enough time figuring out, what the dragons would look like. A dragon is a dragon. So let me see. Okay, there's that much more stuff we have to try to do now. All right, yeah, this again, maybe you can kind of see a little bit of the height there, right? And here, this is again what this looked like 4 hours 21 minutes ago. You can kind of, especially obviously with the letters, you can see it and all the knotwork and such. So that is what this was like. And again, I think the primer does help you see a little bit more of the shape than when it's just the gray. I wonder what should this. No, that is still. Oh, okay. All right. Let's change that. Let us change that. I wonder. Let me see this. The color here. If I can catch a couple of more little light areas on that. Again, we're still removing some of our thing. I might, instead of centering this, I'll just maybe cut some of this edge off. Um, oh, that's right, Camden. Weren't we talking about trying to make holders for something like this? I don't know. No, there's no way I can reach that. The thing is, the standard miniature wouldn't work because I'd have to have my hand like this. So they would have to be a very weird angle, almost like a little clip or something that clips it from the side. I don't know. So I was thinking, Camda, that doing like the dragons and stuff would kind of get the point across, but without having too much imagery there. Because you could just kind of say, oh no, it's just a generic dragon. It's not really Song of Ice and Fire dragon. It's just a dragon. But let's see what. Oh, geez, we did. I think these were all before your time. We did six of those horse units. We did actually two of the. What were they called? They were called the. What the infantry was called. I was just about to say it, and then it just slipped from my head what those guys were called. But we did two of those infantry units on stream, and then we did six of the cavalry units. Okay, we got that now. course, too, I'm pretty sure that Thanksgiving, that will be our first ornament painting stream. I'm pretty sure the last couple of Thanksgivings have been ornament painting streams. Now, I don't know what other. Obviously, there's your Winterfell. Then there's your Lannister castle, whatever, too. And the whatever the I guess the main city was. They got toasted or whatever by the dragon. Unless that is winter, I don't know. Again, my knowledge of all things Song of Ice and Fire is minimal. I think we do need to do something like this of Delenn with all kinds of Minbari imagery. So that was the big town, the main town, right? And I guess folks weren't super pleased with how that ended with that little barbecue there that happened. I guess. What were the pyromancers? You never did see the unit of pyromancers, did you, Camda? Yeah, that was pretty wild doing that. That was the first one with basically like essentially multi-based object source lighting on the unit of pyromancers. I think it's on the Instagrams there, Camda. Actually, there might even be some of those on the YouTube channel, Camda, from way back in the day. Yeah, you'll have to go in the Wayback Machine, but you could use that search engine there, Camda. You know, the one that you got from was that Wapelius.com or whatever? I forget what the exact name. It's definitely not just Wapelius.com. It's something else, but that could find you pyromancers. The guys with the green fire or whatever. Yeah, we did a whole unit of those on stream. So yeah, use that little search function and look up pyromancers. See what pops up. What are we doing here? Yeah, we'll throw a little more light on this tree, these outer branches. I still need to. I'm gonna go a little darker around the outside here. So again, back to the Payne's grayish. Ooh, that kind of helps there. Yeah. Fine, we'll throw a little more dark up around that area too. Maybe a bit more dark down into that. I don't think I want to get any more dark on the face. If it was just obviously not like an elven, well, a Galadriel or something like that, I think we'd be okay doing a little bit darker on the face and skin, but I think we don't want to do that here in this case. Here, I might throw a little bit more of my darken some of these shadows over here. And again, 4.5 hours ago, this was just some reddish brown primer. Oh wow, actually, let's change this. I just looked at my reference. It actually created a marble slab And it even has the texture of the marble is even replicated there. Man, I don't know. Maybe this image to STL thing. It's not that shabby. Now, of course, maybe we had a decent image to kind of start with there. But man, that's pretty impressive. It even has the marble reflected on the side of the mirror pool. So we'll do that then. Wow, that's changing. Yeah, this is like marble right here. That's wild. That is really wild. Here, let me get a little bit more of that. Naples yellow. I was thinking that this was leaves or something. I just happened to look at my reference. I'm like, that is marble. And there's even like the veins of the marble. I'm starting to think, Cam, that now if, again, yes, I blew this up, 1,000+%, but I'm starting to think this is good enough for people to at least be able to print this stuff, wouldn't you say, Camda? I mean, this is serviceable right here. If it's actually printing out the texture of the marble, I think that is sufficient. Yeah, that is pretty wild. Again, TBO, this is all so brand spanking new. We're on day 15 of our flats, I think, right, Camda? Yeah, it's either day 15 or 21. It could be the third week, but again, that's okay. That's still only a matter of weeks. Went from having no ability to make flats to all of a sudden, well, now we are a flat kingdom here. We're a flat Earth society now, Camden. Nah, let me get a little bit more of the. Yeah, there you are. Okay. But yeah, that is actually a marble slab table, whatever you want to call it. Man, that's. It's crazy, Camja. We just keep pushing the limits and pushing the limits. It's just scary to think of the stuff we might, again, look at more reflections on our little mirror pool right there. Yeah, that's and we just keep thinking of more and more stuff, right? I was just imagining a Jakar version of this with Narn in the background and some Narn cruisers or something like that. Maybe a little Book of Jaquan down here, maybe either a picture of Narn cruiser there or Book of Jaquan down there. Wow, that really changed this. This will be that last picture that I took. I'm like, wow, there's going to be hardly any change, like visually, between this one and the next one. Yeah, there's going to be a big old change here. That is a big change. And of course, the other neat thing about this TBL is that, as I'm creating the image to make the STL file, well, I also have a really nice reference image. I got me a real nice reference image to work from. I'm going here. Let me steal a little bit more of the Windsor yellow here. Windsor yellow. couple little bits here again. That's a little too much of the white there. Needing a little bit more of the yellow. You know what? I might even. That's too much. Yeah. Okay, we'll use this as a blending brush. It's still there. We just kind of soften that edge. That was way too hard of an edge there. Same thing back there. And we'll do this. Yeah, now there's much more turn in all the hair. This is kind of, well, I hate to say flat at first. Now it's got a little more depth to it. Just wasn't trying to be a wise guy there. Or maybe I was. That needs more yellow. Pretty much just went from basically white to a shadow there. We need a little more, not just a mid-range color, but a little bit more of an intense yellow there too. I might even take, oh, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. I'm going to take some of this and deliver this to a couple little spots around the periphery here. Ah, that's fabulous, Camda. And again, for this size, you'll have to blow it up again around 1,000+%. Actually, Camda, I think this would hold up, given this size and all the crazy detail that's in here. You might be able to go at least 15 to 1,800, maybe more. I don't know if I would blow it up like 3,000%, but I think you could very easily get away with 1,800 for sure. Given, again, the level of detail that this has on it at this size. Crazy stuff, right, Camden? And of course, hello to the partner there. As always, thanks for checking out the stream. Now, is this here or is that the dress? It's hard to. I think we'll leave it be. Now here I'm gonna sneak in a little bit of that, and now we'll take this brush again. Where are you hiding? There we are. Okay. So hello, and again, thanks for watching. Watching the insanity play out live, right, Camda? There is a danger if you watch this too long or listen to this too long, you'll end up like Armored Wolf. Again, it's kind of like being subjected to daily doses of the Necronomicon. You lose X amount of sanity points with every stream. Hit me a little bit more of that, and then maybe I'm gonna here. Let's go back to this here violet stuff. We got this. Oh wow, haven't even touched the Diox Violet yet. Okay, there's a little. We got those mixed together. Trying to work that into this stuff around this kind of lace bit up here. Let me see if we can do that. That's we need more of a fold there. Oh gee whiz. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that needed to be a little bit more of a fold there. I think we're pretty good in here regarding darks. Now, I'm going to try to take this and a little, maybe a touch more of the, no, 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 let's go to the Payne's Gray to do that. Down we go. Okay, yeah, that was another thing that kind of is in some of the really, really, really super subtle details. Back to, okay, Phthalo Green. Oh, Phthalo Violet. Here you go. Radiant Phthalo Violet candle. We made a new thing here. Radiant Phthalo Violet. Of course, we are all Pigment Red 101 though, right? No matter what the name says on the tube, we are always Pigment Red 101. Hey there, Lord Dave. Actually, Lord Dave, if you want to share some stuff, actually, Lord Dave, oh, we must have summoned you. Lord Dave, we were just talking about Song of Ice and Fire. I am not kidding. We must have just summoned you there. So yeah, Lord Dave, I was just thinking that doing something like this, but of the dragons, right? From here, where's there they are. Remember these guys? And they never made the production of these, did they, Lord Dave? They never made a production version of those. They were like some kind of super special release. Of course, I painted those, and then I think I sold them to somebody because I thought, well, I'll just get another box or two or three for myself and just paint them up. Well, no, I don't think. Can you find those anywhere, Lord Dave? I don't think so. But yeah, look at this here. Camda Phthalo Violet, or Radiant Phthalo Violet. Because we don't have enough craziness. You see what I mean about the Necronomicon there, TBL? That's what this here is like. Now, I know they made, oh, I guess, I don't know if you want to call them full-size dragons, but those are just the little baby dragons, Lord Dave, and they came in a box of, I think it was a box of 3. Actually, I think it came with her too. I think what you saw there, that was a box. Now again, if I look on eBay, who knows? Maybe now those don't have as much value because, I mean, I guess the game it's still going. I don't know. I don't know if it would still be quite that rare. Wow, Lord Dave, how the heck did you get your hands on that? Because again, if you can find them on eBay or something like that, shoot me a heads up and I'll try to get those and we'll try to paint them up on stream again. Because that was still the early-ish day of the oils. Oh, and hello to Mickey too. Again, that was it last week, Lord Dave? Yeah, it was. Or was it over the weekend? You guys did the. Well, it was a draw, right? I think it was over the weekend. I can't believe it's already Friday. Man, oh man. I'm working here a little bit. Again, we're trying to make that the little bit of the filigree texture there. So it was last Friday. Okay. My brain is pretty much toast there, Lord Dave. So my memory is iffy at best. Now, Lord, I'm guessing you probably won't be playing a game this weekend, right? Oh, and Lord Dave, well, I have to ask you about the anodyne machine. If you've kind of been able to find anything there, and of course, you want to wait on that till you find. You know what? I think I would want it for. I would want the mittens or the slippers or something like that. Yeah, Lord Dave, I think you said, well, the rigging got fouled, right? And then it took a while to extract. But once extracted, you were able to kind of do a little bit of a skedaddle, a strategic redeployment. All right, we're going to get our umbar and we're going to mix that over here. A little bit of this. Okay, yeah, we'll maybe darken it a little more. 1 second there, Lord Dave. There you go. No. A little darker here. Again, back to the umber. Maybe a little bit of our violet. More of the violet there. Again, I don't want to go too dark with that. That is more than enough there. You know what? I might here. Let me go like this. Oh, is that gonna be too late? Well, we'll find out. No, that's about right. Yeah, because it's a mid-tone. Also, it's got a little bit of the rosiness to it. I'm gonna put some of that here as well. Some of that up there. You know what? I think I'll maybe make that all about that shade, and then we'll darken this up a tiny bit. And now come back with some more light here. Let me try this. And some of this. Is this gonna? That's probably not gonna be quite light enough. Let me try this. Big old chunk on that brush there, but let's see what happens here. Too much there. Yeah, was it a 2-day event, Lord Dave, or was that all rammed into one day? I remember the pictures of it. Here, let me go a little lighter with this up here. I think that was probably a super early start, wasn't it, Lord Dave? Now again, there's some of the original. Yeah, you can see it down here. You can see some of it over here. You can certainly see it over here. That is some of the original pre-glaze. That's still hanging around here. Yeah, still the original pre-glaze. Now, Lord Dave, there will come a time where I gotta get the rigging on those Corsair ships. Oof, that's gonna be spicy. That you might be hearing some strong metaphors all the way down there from here when I try to do that. And it'll be like anything else, right? When I do the third ship, then I'll kind of have an idea how to do it. Well, there'll be other ships to do the rigging stuff on, so I guess it's not that terrible. Oh, geez, Lord, I still got to print that out yet, Lord Dave. Yeah, I haven't printed that thing out yet. Now, again, I don't know if the whole thing would be printed out more in the, with the .08 layer height. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, we won't exactly be painting that on stream, right, Lord? Yeah, it's a little too big. I don't even want to be probably printing it or painting that on film. I mean, I guess it's possible, maybe. I mean, we did paint. I think it was the Elven ship. We painted that in 3 pieces on stream. The Corsair ships were 2 pieces. I mean, I think I can still. I think I've got them here, so I'm curious. I believe they were in 2 pieces. Yeah, 2 pieces. But those were much smaller, and actually, those were that's obviously that same company. I'm pretty sure that the galleon is at least 3, if not 4. So the whole being fun. Now, was it like 4 pieces, and then you glued like your stern deck and the and the captain's galley and such, the poop deck there, was that like a top piece that went on top of those 4? Oh, hey, thanks, Mike. Yeah, we believe it or not, we did 3 of those. We did 3 streams of those, and then I did a massive elven ship that was, I had something like 3.5 feet long. That was definitely in 3 sections. I've got a Dol Amroth ship that I've been painting on the Patreon page. No. Where's my greens? Oh, geez, we got a whole lot of our phthalo violet in here. What's wild, Mike, is that with the oils, because they're so efficient at being spread out, it takes so much less paint than if that was acrylic. You'd just be piling the paint on there. Oh, here's the other thing too, Art of Mike Disney, is that I found on Dick Blick, there's basically spray cans of Liquitex paint. It is not, your typical spray can, because it's safe to use on foam. It doesn't have that nasty smell. But everything I print is I print it out with black PLA, and then I kind of spray again, like an initial bit of color on it with these spray cans. So it's like primer painting, as we call it, and then I can do all the rest with the oils, which is always very efficient, right, to make Disney. Give me, yeah, you know what? A little smidge of the green reflecting there. Let's do that. Nope, Camda, they're just regular cans. Once they're gone, they're dead. The neat thing about them, Camda, is that they actually sell them with different. There's like a fine tip, and there's a medium spray, and then there's like a wide spray version. The fine tip one, I gotta say that has a tendency to clog really easy. But then I'm not looking to airbrush them. If I wanted to airbrush them, I'll just airbrush them, which we've done. We have done that in some vids. I think the next airbrush video, I will be taking some Easterling terrain. And by Easterling terrain, I mean an Easterling palace that's almost 4 feet long. And another one that's about 3.5 feet tall. Which, remember I was saying that, well, we're going to need more than one army painting video? Yeah, the Easterlings might need three. I might need a video just for the terrain. Actually, two videos just for the terrain. No, like ignoring the miniatures. So yeah, Lord Dave, it's actually longer than. Remember that City of the Dead that I printed? It's actually longer than that, and it's technically 3 stories tall. It's really more like 2.5. Now that didn't use as much filament as the Army of the Dead or City of the Dead because that was like solid. I mean, it was literally a city on top of a hill. That took the better part of 3.5 weeks to print out that. Then, of course, we have printed out the entire port city of Dol Amroth. We have printed out Osgiliath, Fornost. We're pretty far through doing Minas Tirith. Yeah, it's been crazy. Minas Morgul entirely printed out. We certainly have a gigantic Lothlorien board. I've also been kind of pecking away at the Rivendell board. Now, of course, I have Elrond's Palace. That thing, again, that's another one of those 3 foot long structures. And now we're kind of doing, what was that? Oh, Conquest Creations. We're doing some of Jacob's Rivendell terrain. I've also printed out a few, like Printing Goes Ever On did some stuff. Diwali did some stuff. There's a few other elven terrain pieces that I've been doing. Again, that's more that phthalo green going over this. Not so much to make it darker, but to tint it a little bit. Lord Dave, well, that's yeah, stuff like furniture is irrelevant. You just have a whole bunch of totes of various sizes, and that's your furniture. The larger totes, well, that's your kitchen table. The smaller totes, those are your chairs. You want those to be pretty hefty because you'll be sitting on those. And then some of the largest totes, you put those all together. You stick an air mattress on top of them. There's a bed. Actually, well, my sister was gonna take me over to either Home Depot, Menards, or something like that. And one of the chief things we're after, outside of a few bags of concrete, is a whole bunch of storage bins of all different types and sizes. Let me do this because I think Minas Morgul is in 2 semi-large bins. We need a large bin for the Dol Amroth stuff. Well, Camden, what's that? What was it? Oh, is that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when Earth is condemned, right? Because they need to build that superhighway or something like that, so they just condemn Earth. That's pretty much what we're going to do here. Is we'll just claim the entire planet as eminent domain. Now, again, for the 8 billion other people, that's that might be inconvenient for them, but terrain is terrain, and well, some things must be sacrificed for terrain. Let's do some more of this here. I did not want to reveal this soon, my secret mining and processing plant on the moon that creates more PLA. You wonder why there's no communications on the far side of the moon. That's what's located there. that needs to be kept supremely secret. I think the Lord Dave, well, of course, storage as furniture, right? Lord Dave, see that's decorative. That's part of home. That's home decor 101 right there. Well, eventually, what I do, and crazy as this sounds, I actually, the 6x4 filming area that I created is not big enough. I actually have to turn the garage into an even larger photo studio. Yeah, Lord Dave, if you wanted to share some of your Song of Ice and Fire stuff there in the chat, I mean, you might have one or two units, right? Just one or two. I mean, let's put it this way. This bedroom here, that is the streaming and filming area, whatever space is not directly used for streaming or filming, is miniatures and basing supplies and that sort of thing. Yeah, this here, a little darker, little darker, more Van Dyke brown. Just again, they're kind of going after some edges. Oh, I see I stuck my hand down here, so let's redo that. Like, what the heck are all these little things? Well, that would be from my finger right there. That's okay. Let's get some of this skewered up again. Now I've got to break that up some more. Well, that wasn't too hard. Wow, these alkyds really have set, Camda. Man, look at that. TBL, that's been one of the really big things over the last, gosh, at least year and a half for sure, maybe a little longer. The alkyds have really been a big deal. I mean, there are some real benefits. First of all, cost is significantly reduced. Drying time significantly reduced. Now, of course, are these alkyds going to act like Series 7 Williamsburg? Not quite. They're not even going to act like Series 1 Williamsburg. Well, let me see. We're going to see, Camda, what happens to the Paul Rubens, because, well, humidity in this room has already dropped to 33. If we do get, some freezes or something like that, it'll drop at least into the mid-20s. Actually, I have to start breaking out humidifiers now. Yeah, I have to go into the garage to get humidifiers. I mean, I've been running 6 dehumidifiers all like the last 5 months. Yeah, TBL. Now the Paul Rubens here. Whoops, wrong shelf. I know I just was it Prime Days. I got another set of these for $63. 38. That's what the primary set is, right? This 38 and then 12 of the operas, right, Camda? Yeah, it's when we were remember we were doing the Zygomores, Camda, and I was only using like Williamsburg and Cobalts and like the real deal. What was it we called it, Landras? The Doomsday palette, the Bankruptcy palette. That wow, it was like, man, those are really, really, really different. You know what? That's supposed to be leaves there. I will get. That is our oxide green. To change that from that crazy white to something that is more, well, green. Now we do the lighter green. Where are we at? Here we are. Yeah, let's say Michael Schminke. I think that is the other, especially overseas. Schminke seems to be kind of that. It's like the Williamsburg of Europe or something, I guess. So again, yeah, a little bit of that. Like so. I'm going to try a little bit of this almost magenta, pinkish. Few spots here I think maybe could really use that on the skin tones. And again, the greenish colors that are there, those we started with those because our pre-glaze, I mean, you can see a little bit of here, it was essentially pearline black on the pre-glaze. Now, the one weird, wild thing, TBL, is that, and I'm sure you've seen it in the Patreon vids, is that it kills the any color that was the staining color. When you start doing the alkyds, well, that staining goes away. That is another reason why we tend to focus now on the darker primer. Again, there's been a ton of new developments with the oils, especially over the last year. I mean, and it just keeps kind of changing almost every day, especially now with all the stuff we're doing with this. It is the pace of change continues to accelerate with the oils, and especially with the printing. And again, I'm hoping to do it like basically a Dropbox folder, so that folks will be able to get those files. I'll just throw up a link to the Dropbox folder and just a Patreon message to folks. Oh yeah, that's right, Camden. That is right. I almost forget about that. And it all started with the Tomb Kings doing those Ushabti, and then the chariots, because again, still couldn't. Oh, and then the Arcetra. That's right. Yes, that was another one where we needed to go with that darker primer stuff instead. Here, let me. Nah, that might work. We need to. That's her sleeve there. Let me get this violet. Go back to our Thalo. What is it? Our Radiant Thalo Violet there. There we go. Never got the back of the sleeve there. I think now we got it. Bingo. Bingo. All right. I don't want any. I don't think I want any more light on that part of the sleeve. I will try to maybe extend Ola here. This. Nope, that is. Got to be more violet with that. That is our not radiant violet from Paul Rubens. Ah, there we are. See, now the sleeve is reflected there in that. I might also. Let me see if this is possible here. sort of got it reflected in the water. I guess. Let's say hello to Mini Maddies. How you doing there, Maddies? Happy Friday morning to you. Everybody please give Mini Maddies a follow. Of course, Mini Maddies, like always, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, Mini, we've been, the flats, right? This is the first of our Lord of the Rings flats. 5 hours, 10 minutes ago, it looked a little bit more like this Eowyn one. Here's another one of our flat. It's our Lord of the Rings tarot cards, Mini Maddie. Oh, no problem there, Mini Maddies. So here, what we've got here, I'll show you some more of our Lord of the Rings themed tarot cards here. We'll be painting these up on stream, and we're just getting started with these things. And these are ones that I made myself. Made these myself. Made the STLs. Printed them out myself. Our very first one was literally, I think, okay, maybe 3 weeks ago. It was this one, which of course is a colossal bulletin board by comparison. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Studio Hippocraftus. Alright, so you flashed one of me. Yeah, I see you went with the Gandalf the Grey, not the dead guy. So what do you mean, Gandalf the White? Well, I mean, he's kind of dead, right? Because he died and then he came back. He's like, dude, you're a Meyer. You're still a Meyer. You always were. Oh. Guess that pipeweed affects Meyer more than I thought. Now, the last time we mentioned pipeweed, which was a few hours ago, we did not get a 6 on our Gandalf 6. What's it going to be for Studio Hippo? Well, we're 2 for 2, Camda. We mentioned pipeweed. This is what happens whenever we mention pipeweed. Now, last Thursday, this is what we did. We will be doing more of our Trench Crusade series right here. And we're all doing, this all oil paints. Look at this. See that? That's actual metallic oil paint that we created ourselves. Yes, that's pigment powder and linseed oil, and we made our own oil paint there. We also, same thing with the gold there. Again, next week we might be doing another one of these Trench Crusade ones. Now, here's some more of the homemade flats. There's a whole series here. I also have summer printed out. We just haven't gotten to it yet. So these are, again, more of our homemade flats. This has been really, really wild. And again, here's for Mini Maddies, here's some of the ones that we have made. We got many more on the way. Somewhere I've got, oh, it's still sitting on, that's still sitting on the build plate. I'm like, where's the Oathbreaker one that I printed out? It's still sitting in the printer. Like, I don't know, 4 days ago. Mini Maddies, if you want to share anything there, and of course, hopefully, scale model challenge there was a huge success. Yeah, if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that. And here's hoping, well, you had fun, first of all. Here's hoping that you had fun, and here's hoping it was successful. So Canada, that was in the latest metals, no. That was, oh, it was in the latest color theory and oils, right? Because we were mixing our own oils. That was the Green Stuff World Bronze Pigment Powder. Kind of like their floral pigments here. No problem there, Mini Maddies. So, Art of Mike Disney, now that I know how involved these things are, the original plan was actually to paint 2 of these in this stream. Now, let me go back to some of these here. Now, of course, here's our ships that we did. Oh, look, there's Space Sauron. But I'm trying to get to, here we are. And I think they go, yeah, here we are. So these were the multiscapes where we did 1, 2, 3, 4 paintings in one stream. Oh, look at this. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't think we'll be doing 4 in a stream, but in 7 streams, I did 28 of these. Oh, look, there's a bit of a stack. I mean, you can see there's all different color themes here. There's a more of a like a magenta type of a theme there. So if we're working at that pace, Mike, it might not take all that long. Because again, I think in the future we'll try to do maybe 2 of these per stream. Oh, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. More spacescapes, more better. So yeah, in a 7-week period, we did 28 of those. And again, everybody, please give Mini Matties a follow. And again, I know you were working really hard towards that for quite some time, so glad that that was fun for you. And again, thank you so much for the follow, Studio. Appreciate that. Now our stream, which is, well, now that it's 5:10 in the morning here, let me see. So 12, so about 17 hours from now when we do our next stream, we're going to be painting the first of the Wolves of Isengard with the casualties on them. We painted a set of those before, and here they'll kind of be a little bit like what we see. Whoops, went right past. There we go. It's going to be a little bit more like that. So you got the object source lighting and such on them. So Mini Maddie's was victimized by the autocorrect monster. I don't know if you have enough channel points there, Mini Maddie's, to activate the autocorrect monster. But yes, anytime one of your posts is unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, you can claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster. Oh, that's right. We still got to make a flat of him somehow. I don't think that Eldritch Foundry has enough options for us to be able to create something like an autocorrect monster. Again, if I knew more about Meshi, we could probably put that picture in there and Meshi would make something, even if it was just a flat out of him. But, no, he's... Well, actually, Camda, I think you got nuked by the autocorrect monster. Not that long ago. Actually, yeah, it was just a few posts ago. Thanks, Artemike Disney. Really appreciate that. Just we're always trying to kind of think of some new things all the time, and that pace just keeps changing, as in becoming more and more rapid all the time. And again, Minnie, if you wanted to post the Goblin Horse Knight there. So there he is. There's the autocorrect monster. And that's something that I'm hoping to at least turn into a flat, if not an actual, like maybe a bust or something like that. But I think it will work as it works as a flat. I already have the picture. So we should be able to at least turn that into a flat. Of course, if we're doing him in a stream cam, does that mean everybody's posts are all going to be hit by the autocorrect monster if we're painting that on stream for hours? Just imagine what's going to happen to people's posts there, Camda. It'll be very disruptive. There we go here. A little bit more of our turquoise down in here. I do think, though, Ken, that we would be obligated, if we do the Dark Queen Schmeladriel version of this, we would have to use the Williamsburg, was that the Cobalt Teal Bluish? I think we would have to use that for sure. it would. I think we're like contractually obligated on any Dark Queen Galadriel miniatures to use at least some of the fabulous cobalt teal bluish. Everybody check out the Goblin Knight by Mini Maddie's. That Discord, that is a Discord link, so go check that out. And of course, everybody please give Mini Maddie's a follow. But again, Mini Mads, I'm glad that you were able to get there and obviously see a bunch of nifty stuff. Whoops. Oh, I just stuck my hand on that. I saw there's some branches here on some of our malware trees that we gotta work in. I still can't believe the detail of this here. That's actually, again, that's a marble table. And it actually even replicated the marble texture on this thing. It's insane. And again, this was just going, what was it again? Oh, STL, image to STL.com. That's all, and it's a free site thing. It works really fast. And again, you can see what this was like. Just same primer. You can see all of the knotwork details, and look at that, the zoomorphs and the horsies and such. And we got Eteros up there. So yeah, we'll be painting that on stream at some point for sure. And again, everybody please check out that link that Mini Maddie's just shared. And of course, please give Mini Maddie's a follow. I mean, it even replicated the reflections of the trees in the water here in this little thing. And actually, it's got the reflections of her hair. Oh, speaking of which, I'm like, we should get a little hint of yellow right in there, just the tiniest bit, reflecting the hair. Maybe a smidge lighter on that. All right, yeah, that's it. No more than that. That's it. So again, everybody check out that Goblin Knight from Mini Maddie's. Yeah, actually, well, folks here in this stream have probably seen a good deal of that because we would raid you, right? And you would be painting that Mini Maddie's when we were raiding you. So go check out the completed version of that. I'm going to go a touch more lighter here with this skinny tone. There too. You know what? Here on this tendon. Let's go lighter with that. Might try to put a little something here for the knuckles. Yeah, and then maybe, I don't know, do we need to go darker on this? Alright, when in doubt, make things darker. That's what we're gonna do. Let's do this. That's what we needed to do there, apparently. Same on the wrist there. Okay, so now, yeah, there we are. Well, I hope that those are super fun for you, and I hope they also make things relaxing. Because again, here we're using mostly alkyds on this, which means they will set up. Well, they're dry faster, but they also set up faster. Which means you can, especially with the reds and violets, wouldn't you see? Yeah, I think reds and violets that makes some of the biggest difference as far as your workflow. I guess that's the word. That's the buzzword. Workflow. I'm trying to get a couple lighter branches here without wiping out all of this that I think I've repainted that border thing about 3 times. Because I keep wiping it out. Yeah. So that should be super fun there, mini Maddies. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Let me just snag a picture here, just in case there's any other weird big change, like what we did here in the mirror pool. I was not thinking anything was going to be happening there. It's like, ooh, we're missing some of the hair reflection. So here, hair reflection achieved. Some lighter pink there in front of the eye, and a little bit here on the forehead. Yeah, that's like a whole large area there of way similar value. Well, hopefully you have fun with them, Minnie. Hopefully you have a lot of fun with them. And again, we do advocate the color charts a lot. As in, you might really, really want to try those out because they show you a whole bunch of things doing the color charts. It's not just what they look like, it's how they handle. Are they shiny? Are they flat? Are they stronger? Are they weaker? You can see it here again. There's some really powerful ones, and you can see ones that are maybe not quite as strong. And of course, with the oil paints, hashtag no layers. There are no layers with the oil paints. Maybe we'll work this up here a little more on the back of the hand here. Okay, there we go. Trying to make sure at least a smidge reflected light on the back of the neck there. And again, all the greenish colors that are in the skin tone, that was there from the get-go. That was there from 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 50 seconds ago, because that was the pre-glaze. And ever since, all the stuff we've been painting on here has been mixing into that pre-glaze from 5.5 hours ago. And now, well, actually, speaking of 5.5 hours ago, it's now 5:30 in the morning here almost. And I do think, well, there's a whole bunch of stuffs I need to do, plus eating. That would be handy. Would not mind doing some chow. Let me throw a couple little more lights in here. And again, we will be streaming again later today. Warg Raiders. A little bit more of our Lord of the Rings stuff. I wonder, I'm going to push that back a little bit further there. So I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. And we had a bunch of raids. Last one was Mini Maddies. Hopefully you gave all of those fine folks a whole bunch of follows too. And yeah, we will be painting some Warg Riders coming up soon enough, just a matter of hours from now. Whoops, that got a little too, that's a little too thick. Let's, there we go. Also put a little bit of a shadow on here. So thanks again, Sea Dragon, for being here. Thanks, Camda and Landrast and everybody. Hope you're feeling okay there, Dave. And okay, let's go to our. Actually, we haven't had a chance to rate Esmeralda in a while, so we'll do that here. So thanks again, everybody. Again, here's what this looked like just a matter of hours ago with that primer to this right here. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you later today.